As you know, my team and I were tasked with conducting an independent audit. Sorry. My team and I were tasked with conducting an independent audit of the Majendogo water project, specifically the database recording water sources in our country, following the inconsistencies identified by Chidi Kunto and his team. For clarity, in this specific audit, our objective was to assess the integrity, the accuracy of the data stored in the database. Auditing a database involves verifying that the data it contains is both accurate and has not been tampered with, thereby ensuring that the information can be relied upon for decision-making and governance. I'm pleased to report that the audit is now complete. After a rigorous examination of the database record, as well as the procedure in place for data entry and modification, we can confirm that the vast majority of the data align with the principles of good governance and data-driven decision-making that you have so vigorously championed. However, we did find some data that was tampered with which requires your immediate attention. I have attached the records. I have attached the records I have re-examined for your review. Thank you for entrusting us with the crucial task. Your commitment to accountability and transparency is truly commendable. Sincerely, Chentai Mubarak, Chief Auditor. And then we have the report there. Okay. The subject, the results of audit on Majendogo Water Project. Dear Tentai, thank you for meticulous work you and your team have put into auditing the Majendogo Water Project. The depth of your analysis reflects your commitment to excellence and accountability. I am heartened to learn that our operations are largely in line with our principles of governance. At the same time, your findings are valuable as they highlight areas we can further improve. Rest assured, I will be convening our data team to address any issues and take any steps necessary to ensure the integrity of our data. Once again, I commend you and your team for your hard work and dedication. Majendogo is indeed counting on all of us to deliver on our promises. All the best, Aziz and Lady. So this was a response from our first email. Now the ERD, hey, it has been a while. I hope you're ready to get stuck in. We got back the auditor's report, so we need to compare the results to ours. To integrate the auditor's report, we'll need to assess many of the tables in the database. So it is important to understand the database structure. To do this, we really need to understand the relationships first, so we know where to pull information from. Can you please get the ERD for the Midwater Services database? Spend a few minutes looking at the diagram. Note that the visits table in the center, note that the visits table is the central table. Location, underscore ID, source ID, and assigned underscore employee ID are primary keys in their respective tables, but are all foreign keys in the visits. These are mostly one-to-many relationships. Let's think some of these through so we are sure this is correct. The visits table logs all the times we have been to different places, and we can see that some locations have been visited multiple times. On the other hand, the location table has all the specific about each place we have been, but it only includes each location once. So it's one to many relationship. For each unique location in the table, in the location table, there might be many corresponding records in the visits table detailing all the different times we went there.
Okay, thank you. I think we should start with this part of creating the ERD. So, anyone who has an idea of how to create the ERD to share with us?
Okay, to create the ERD, you can go to the database section. And then you select reverse engineer. Next. Okay, select the MD water services. Next. Just click next until it's finished. Execute. Finish.
Okay, thank you. So this is the ERD. Has everyone understood up to there? Or any questions? So we can go back to the slides and see what they're saying about the relationship. So they're saying that the visits table is a central table. The location ID, source ID, and assigned employee ID are primary keys in their respective tables. So if we go back and see, we have the visits table here. Then for the location ID is here, is a primary key here. Then they're saying the source ID and assigned employee. Source ID, I can see is a primary key here on the water source. Let's look at the assigned ID is a primary key also on the employees table. Yeah, so and all these primary keys are foreign keys in the visits table. So if we look at the visits table, you can see the location ID, source ID, and the assigned employee ID as a foreign keys in the visits table. So these are mostly one-to-many relationships. So let's just have a look. Yeah, one-to-many. They're mostly one-to-many. Yeah, so I think everyone has understood up to there. And they've been able to see.
Hello,
Sorry?
if I can add something on that. Basically, to distinguish between the primary key and the foreign key in these ERD or this stuff, you check on the like on those tables, there's a part where we have the columns with the yellow part. Yellow, actually, it's
Yes.
like a yellow button, yeah, like that. So you can tell that is a primary key, and then the foreign key is red. If you can scroll down, you'll see another one that is red. Is it?
Because they're saying this
Yes.
is a foreign key.
Oh, it's a foreign, yeah.
Yeah, this, and they're signed. So I'm seeing they're red.
Oh, they are red. The foreign
Yeah.
key. Actually, I'm talking about that record ID in the visits. That part where it is yellow. And then when you scroll down, perhaps to this, you can see on your top left, you can try to minimize these other tabs. On your top right, there's this button for icons.
This one.
On your top right, there's
Top
those
right.
button here. Yeah, click the one in the other end, the farther end. That
This one.
Yes. And yeah, so I think that the space is enough. When you scroll down, you'll see another which is red, like in the water quality. You can see there's a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it shows that this one is a foreign key. Is it?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I have a question. They've said that this location ID, source ID, and assigned employee ID are foreign keys on the visits table. So why doesn't it have the same key? Anyone? Or it's different. It's represented differently on different tables. The foreign key. Anyone who could help us with that so that we can be able to identify the foreign keys and the primary keys. Well,
Okay.
just the look of the ERD.
Okay, the best way to check the relationship, you click on those arrows. You click on the arrows. There, just
This
click
one.
there. Yeah. So when you click there, you'll find which tables are related. When you click there, just click. Click once. Then you can see the assigned employee ID, and the other one, it is related, not directly, but you can see it goes through the other table. Then it is related to that one.
Okay.
So this is a relationship between many to one, because when it has 3 arrows, it shows that it is many, and then the other one is 1. So many to one relationship. When you click on any arrow, it will show the relationship with the other table.
Okay. Alright, so I think we can continue.
Let's look at the relationship between the visits and water quality tables. For every entry in the visits table, there should be one unique corresponding record in the water quality table. This means each visit recorded is associated with a specific water quality score, ensuring a one-to-one relationship between the visits and water quality tables. But if we look at the ERD, it shows a many-to-one relationship. This does not agree with our thinking. Errors like this can cause problems, so let's fix that. We should normally be careful making a change like this. First, you should check the record ID unique for both tables and are indeed one-to-one. I did that. So all we have to do is right click on the relationship line and select edit relationship. Then at the bottom, select the foreign key tab and change the cardinality to 1:1. Now the relationship line should indicate a 1:1 relationship.
Okay. So basically, this whole slide is saying that we should change the relationship between the visits table and the water quality table from 1 to many to 1:1. So anyone who can guide us through that?
I think the instruction says we should right click on the arrow, then click edit.
So which arrow exactly?
Can we go back to the question so we know which relationship we are trying to edit?
The arrow between the visits and the water quality tables.
Visits and water quality table.
Okay, visits, and we have the visits here. Water quality here.
Lauren, you can always drag down so that they can be close, so that you can compare quickly. You can always drag those columns, those cards, so that they may be near each other, so that you can compare easily. Just click and then yes.
Okay, thank you. So right click, and then where do we go from here?
You change it to the foreign key, the relationship with the foreign key.
So from here, which option should I choose?
Let me check. Here.
I think it says edit.
Edit.
Edit water quality. Let me just go back.
Go back here, kindly.
So, and select edit relationship. Then at the bottom, select the foreign key and change the cardinality. So edit relationship. Then foreign key. Then 1:1. I think that's okay. Is there a place where I'm supposed to say like okay or apply, or I just close and it has changed? Let me just try. So how do I move from here?
I think you should close it, then let's open it again to check whether the changes have been applied.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it has been applied. 1:1 relationship. So that's clear. This slide is clear, I hope. You can move to the next one.
Okay. Integrating the auditor's report. Okay, I sent you a CSV file of the auditor's result. You should get it loaded into SQL. You will have to think back to the start of the journey on how to do that. To make sure we have the same names, use the query to create the first, then import the CSV file. So the query has been given.
Okay. So I had a request because I had already downloaded this to my SQL. So I don't know if someone else can just take us through this slide, then I'll take over from here. Please, if they can share and illustrate how we can import this.
Hello, can you try retry again with the GUI without the codes? You can just redo it so that people can also understand how to do that. So you still have
Sorry?
have that CSV file.
Yes.
Yeah, you can go to the first. I think it was the second slide. Just go to the second slide and scroll up.
The second slide.
The slide
Yeah.
which had that CSV.
This,
Yeah, so you
this
just
one.
yes. I click on it so that people can also understand how they can access that CSV.
Okay, so the CSV is here.
Then
So you just
yes,
download it.
you download. Yes,
Yeah, then now.
you can
Okay,
extract it. Yes, is it as a zip file? You have to extract.
Before you do that, you need to drop the table you already have, the auditor report table, so that there will not be two there.
Yeah.
There's a possibility
So
to do that. There's a
I was
possibility.
saying if someone could.
There's a possibility to do that while you are importing in the GUI in the MySQL workbench. So there's no
okay.
So you can extract that so that it may be in a separate file, like it is at the moment it's a zip file.
Okay, so I just.
Yes. Or you say that you already have it. Yes.
Yeah, I think I have it on my desktop. So
okay.
then from there,
You just right click on the database and then import wizard. And then you select that file.
I think it's on desktop. This one.
Yes.
Then
and then select click on that checkbox, drop table if it exists.
Sorry, please. Can you just say what you clicked to start? What did you click to start using the GUI, please?
Okay, let me start.
You select first of all the okay, take it.
So we right click on the database and then table data import wizard. Then now you search for it where you have saved it. For me, it's on my desktop. Then you open, then next, then I will. So you are saying, I select drop table if exists.
Yes, because you already have it, so that you can drop it if it exists. Yeah.
Okay, then next. So we are not changing anything. So let's see if it's here. Yeah. So this is a table.
Okay. Sorry, I know we just did it with the GUI, but can we also? I know we just did it with the GUI, but can we also do it with the code, if possible? Just like is in the question.
Anyone who has an an idea of how to do this? Because I personally tried it and I got stuck. So I used the data dictionary. There's a on and they were showing us on how to do just exactly what we've done right now. So this is the option I took. So I don't know if anyone has an idea of how to use this method to take us through. Anyone?
I think I tried it several times and it was giving me an empty table.
Okay, I think what the instruction says is that we should run this code first, then to make sure we have the same, use this query to create table first, then import the CSV. So we'll run this code first, then import the CSV into the MySQL.
So should I run this?
Yes, please.
Before you run, you have to define the database. All right, just try it. Just try
But
it. Is it
it will
defined?
drop now.
It works.
I'm seeing it has dropped the table.
All right. All right.
Exactly. So we now import the CSV. I think we can do that by using the add button on the CSV looking icon under query beside the database.
Let me. Sorry?
I think we can import the CSV now using that add button on the table. I don't know. Or
Which add button?
He's saying in the top left, the second one under edit.
This one.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You can import it from there. So you can search it. You can search the name of the file. Just type the name.
Actually, that option it works only for the SQL files, not CSV.
Yeah.
Yes.
However,
It
we
will
can
bring
try.
an error.
Yes.
It
We
will
can try
bring
with
an error.
another option. We can try with another option here.
actually, I was okay. We can try with the other option, not this one. This one is for SQL files.
Okay, let's try with the code. I'm not sure if it will work, but just write this command.
No, I'm looking at the table icon. The table icon. Can't we use the table icon? There's an SQL, there's file icon, then there's database, then there's table. One of them should be able to import CSV if you hover through it.
I don't know.
Still that way we are using the GUI. Still that way we are using the GUI, and you wanted to use the code. So we can try with the code and see if it will work.
Okay, so I write the code here.
Just write the command here. Capital, make it uppercase. Load data in file. Load space data in file. Make it a comment. select all, Control A. Okay. You can use it.
Load.
Data in file.
Load data in file.
Yeah, data in file.
In file.
And then
Yes.
go and copy the path. No, it's combined.
Oh,
It's combined. That in file is combined.
okay. Then
And then so
Then
go and
the
copy
path.
the path of that CSV file. Open your File Explorer, Microsoft logo E.
audit report. This one. Is
Yes,
it the
yes.
one?
I'm not sure. That
Isaac,
CSV
can
that
you please mute yourself, please?
How do I copy that thing?
there's an option to copy the path where you are.
To copy the file, just go to the folder where the file is. Then you will see the toolbar. Just the file path name. Just copy it directly from there. Go to the file where it is. Okay, that's another way. This is another way. This place here is another way.
Now
But
that
I
way
can't copy it.
it
Opening.
won't work. What you do,
You are saying I go to
the
where
file.
it is here.
Yes, yes.
Yes, go to where it is there. Is that it? Then on top,
This is
you will see. Yes, on your they're supposed to be on top. It's supposed to show like the file path. You can copy directly from that tool on top.
Where exactly? Can I get it on properties?
I think so.
No, it's not there.
You're using Windows 11 or a 10?
It's not 10. This is not Windows 10.
It's not
Is this
10.
Windows 10?
I think it's 10. Yeah.
Can you try to click on that email details part, or just copy via this side where you had initially, where you were initially.
But if
Yeah. Yes. Search there.
if I copy it, it's.
So there's an option there at the
I'm
bottom
trying
to copy the
to.
part. Just search this open file location, then
Oh,
this
Copy the
copy
path.
part.
Yes.
Thank you.
Where is this option from, please?
That way.
Yes. So it should be inside the quotes, either single or double. And then now we are going to insert into the table. So into table, into table, into table, then you can define your table name. First of all, I think we should define first of all the database. Yeah, database. Database followed by a dot and then a name.
So I write database.
Data, just drag and drop there the database name, then a dot table name. No, yeah, the table name that you want to feed in the data with. Now the table name that you created, that you just created above. Yeah, that is. And then now,
it's the audit report.
yes. So we need now to identify. I'm not sure which delimiter was used, but I just first of all type this command: field terminated by. Field terminated fields. Yeah, fields. That one.
Fields.
Terminated by. Terminated by. And then I guess CSV files, they are usually comma separated, so you can add the quotes, two quotes two quotes. And then in between, I think the delimiter should be comma. Most CSV, they're usually comma separated. And then enclosed by another line. Enclosed by. Enclosed by, you can use again, use a single quote, two pair of single quotes. Then in between, you can use one double quote.
One double quote. Like that?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Then the other thing is the lines should be terminated by, so the line should be terminated by n in most cases. So you'll write lines terminated, lines
terminated.
Yeah, terminated by. So again, a single quote, a two pair of single quote. And then in between, you just you write the backslash.
This one.
Backslash. That is forward slash. Backslash. Just like that one, but it points backward. Yes, backslash and then n. With that line,
Still on.
yes, just type n, small n.
Like that.
Yes. And then so the CSV file, if it has, I'm not sure if it has the headers. It has the headers. Yes.
Yeah.
Should we ignore the headers? If we
These are
don't,
the headers.
oh yeah. So you can just, I think you can just write that way. Just run it the way it is and see if it will work or not. If it fails, you can just stick to the GUI.
I think we haven't done something yet.
Yes.
We've not yet added the column names. So I think you should just copy the column names from the earlier code up and put it before you run the code. I mean the column names that include location ID, type of water source, true water source, all those things. I think we should include it before we run it.
Actually, when you import that auditor report, it already has those because it's already defined. Now, this second line, you are just filling the inputs in those columns. I presume. I'm not sure though.
Yeah,
We can
I think
test
so
it out.
too.
We can run this. We can run it first.
Because we've already defined the columns when we were creating it. That's why it gave us this. But now we are trying to fill in.
Oh, I think Lorraine. Because in that table we already have the headers, so I think what we'll need to do here before we run, try to ignore first lines, ignore one line. Yeah, ignore because the header is already defined. Yeah, ignore one. One, just write one and then lines, space lines. Ignore lines and then run. If it fails, yeah, try to run.
It has failed.
So what you do, try again to, you see on the file path, try to use the pair of backslashes instead of single. Use pair of backslashes. Before use that backslash, ensure that all of them are in pairs.
Oh, okay. Like that.
Yeah, pair, and then everywhere ensure that they are in pair. Again, I try to run. Yes.
So then you need to change the enclosure to double quote. Since in your statement you said enclosed by double quote is what you are using. So you can't use single quote for the load for the file part.
Here,
The file path, instead of using single quote, use double quote. Since we've already stated that we
like
used,
that.
yes, double quote like that, yeah.
So I run.
Yes.
Hope it will work. No, not yet.
So I think that the best way, other than confusing people, and also we don't have time for this, let's just stick to the GUI. I think that's much easier. We'll try this in our future discussion. I'll also do the research on how to do that, then it will be much easier. But for today, let's just stick to the GUI.
Yes, so we have our table here. So we can continue. So look at the table and the data dictionary I sent you. You can see the type of information we have. So we have the location ID, the type of water source, true water source score, and then we have some statements here. Then let me just pull the dictionary, basically telling us what the columns mean. So can anyone read for us this, or we just continue with the slides? We get what the columns are. Should we just continue with the slides, or we can read this? Okay, let me just continue the slides. Pink silence means everyone has gotten what the table has. So, someone to continue reading for us?
Wow. First off, it looks like we have 1,620 records or sites that they revisited. I see a location ID, type of source water at that location, and the quality score of the water source. That is now independently measured. Our auditor also investigated each site a bit by speaking to a few locals. Their statements are also captured in his results. We need to tackle a couple of questions here. Is there a difference in the score? If so, are there patterns? For the first question, we'll have to compare the quality score in the water quality table to the auditor's scores. The auditor report table use location ID, but the quality scores table only has a record ID we can use. The visits table links location ID and record ID, so we can link the auditor report table and water quality using the visit table. So first, grab the location ID and true water source score table, score columns from auditor report.
Okay, so I think we should do this step first. So anyone to guide us through? we've been told to grab, was it the location ID and the, let me just move up, and the true water source score. Is that correct? Is that what they have said we should do?
I think we will be switching between the question and the code to be able to ensure that they're not missing anything.
So we're on this part first. They're trying to break this whole instruction into bits. So is this correct? Should I run it? Yeah, so we can see the location ID and the true water source score. Okay. Is it the same? I think it's the same. Or what do you guys think?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So someone should continue.
You should see the kind of this kind of thing that showed the table. Now we join the visits table to the auditor report table. Make sure to grab subjective quality or subjective underscore quality underscore score, record ID and location ID.
Okay, so they're saying we should join the visits table and the auditor reports and include the columns subjective quality score from the subjective quality score, record ID and location ID. So let's see how that would be. So anyone who can guide us? I think we are building up on this same code. Anyone to tell us how to go about this?
So we are supposed to join two tables. What table
Yes.
and what table, please?
The visits table and the auditor report table.
Okay. Can we just, I think we've seen the auditor report table. Can we just see the visit table so that we know what we are joining on, the foreign key in one? Or we can look at the entity relation diagram and see what links them so that we know what column we are joining on.
Okay. So this is a visits table. So we look at the ERD. I think this
So they both have location ID.
the visits table. Yeah. Let's look at audit table.
I think you can try to use the ERD so that you can check the relationship.
Yes.
Yeah. So they both have the locations ID what else was mentioned? So we've established that it has the location ID. Then record ID, let's check. Record ID is only on the visits table. Then subject quality score, subjective quality score. So none has that, but I'm guessing this true water source score is the audited subjective subjective quality score, if I'm not wrong. The subjective quality score, I think we can find it where water quality.
No, yes, subjective quality score is in water quality. So
Yeah,
let's look
here.
at the relationship. Yeah. So the relationship record ID. Okay. And there's no
Then we
relationship
have,
between location ID. Can you just click those two arrows under visit table again so that we just look at it?
these two.
The second one, please.
I think this is related to what? This is related to the world population table. This is related to location. Is it clear? Maybe, let me just try and put it here. Well, no, it's actually it's water source.
You can bring the water source close so that we see how we read it.
Yeah. So the source ID on the visits table is related to the source ID in the water source, and this one is location ID. Then we have this,
Okay.
the rep ID, and this also. No, that one.
Let's go back to the question. Let's go back to the question. So I think we should join the visit table to the auditor report table using location ID. On location ID,
Okay.
I think we should do that first.
So from here, what should we? Let me just add the join. We are joining the visits table. So from here, what are we?
We are joining the visit table to the auditor report table. The on is going to be the location ID. We are joining it on location ID, but we are joining visit to auditor.
So let me see. Auditors table. Location ID. Visits location ID. Is that it? Is that correct?
Please give me a minute. Let me look at it.
Okay.
Now, I think because we are using different tables, I think there before you specify the column, you should define first of all the table itself, because we are using different tables. For instance, that location ID could be, for example, auditor's report location ID. Then another one to be maybe the other one is for visits.
This one is
That one
found
is
on
this is which one?
audit.
Yeah, audit. Yeah, audit.
Mm.
So location ID. Also, I think we should include the location record ID.
Oh yeah.
Let's. Yeah, I think
Because
we
I've
should.
seen.
Yes.
Let's go back to the record ID
Yes.
should be included.
But now that one is in a different table.
Record IDs, which it's on the visits table.
Yeah, visits table. So you define first of all that visits table.
Okay. Where is this? An error.
Can you scroll down your code? Let me see something.
Why is this giving an error? Yeah, just before we continue.
Try to highlight on it. Try to place your cursor there. I think it will show something. Some bugs.
Yeah.
When you try to hover on it.
No.
I think.
No. What could be the problem here?
Now, can you try to use it as an alias so that I think can be like from auditor's report? Use something like A. Use it as an alias in that. We'll try to see. Yes, for example, something like A.
Oh yeah.
Try to use it so that.
So here I use the
A. Yeah, that.
AR.
Still, it works. Okay.
Yeah, it works. Visits should we use an alias? Okay. So should we run this? Is this okay? Have we captured everything?
No, you need to change the visit to V, the on. You need to change it to V. And the
Okay.
auditor to AR.
Okay. So I think we've captured everything. We've joined the visits table to audit report table. Then we've made sure that we've grabbed the record ID, location ID. I had a question with this one. The subjective quality score. Should we assume that they meant the true water source score? because subjective quality source is on another table. I think this one. Yeah.
I think we should put it. I think maybe as we build along, they may tell us to link it, another table with it.
So for now, we just run this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's just confirm. Yeah, I think we have the same. So, someone to continue reading?
Note that I specified from which table each selected column is from this query. So the query is given. So now that we have the record ID for each location, our next step is to retrieve the corresponding scores from the water quality table. We are particularly interested in the subjective quality score. To do this, we'll join the visit table and the water quality table using the record ID as the connecting key.
Okay. So basically this code is what we've done. And we are building onto this code. So maybe someone to help us continue with this code.
Can you try to explain to me? I haven't understood that slide yet.
Okay, so they said we should join the visit table to the water quality table using the record ID as the column that joins both, so that we can get the selective quality score that is in the water quality table.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
here you'll use the inner join to retrieve the corresponding. Should it be the inner join or
I think it's just a join, if I'm not
I
wrong.
think it's just the join.
join?
It's just
Okay.
the join.
All right. Thank you.
So maybe if I can add, we are basically trying to compare these scores, the audited one and this subjective quality score that the field officers had gotten. So anyone to take us through?
Okay. We have from okay, so we are supposed to join visit. That's join the yes.
Hello. Before you continue, can I ask something? On this
Okay.
slide, have they taught about the the subquery at this slide at this part, the subquery part?
No, we've not gotten to
Sorry?
subquery yet.
It's not at this slide, at this module.
I think by the time we are doing the integrated project 3, we've already finished all the modules. So at some point, I think we'll be tested for subqueries.
Okay.
Yeah. So from here, how do we go about it? Anyone?
Join. We are supposed to join visit to water quality, right?
Yes.
Join V.
We already have it here.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But this time we are saying join V. Since we are still joining
like
on. Yes.
We are continuing with this query.
Yes. Yes. On then the record ID, that's v dot record ID equal to water quality dot record ID. So we have to create.
I think here
it's
supposed to be water quality.
Yes,
what do you
water
think?
quality. Yes, you are correct.
Give it
as
an area.
As WQ.
Then dot, what are we supposed to get? Record ID, right?
Exactly.
Let me just,
Exactly.
Okay. So is it okay? Should I run it?
Yes.
Now, before you run, I think you could have added the column there at the top, so that you may have that column for subjective. Yes. Subjective, yeah. You can use it. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Let's run it again. Yeah. So let's see if we are correct. Yeah. So we have the audit location, true water source audit location. Let's just compare. 5185. Yeah. So I think it's correct.
Can we write comments so far on what we have done, so that when we copy out the code, we'll be able to understand what we've done? Can we make some comments? That we joined visits to auditor reports, and later now joined visits to water quality, so that we can get subjective quality. Just comments like that. We just help
So
us
we
as we are
start
reading
from here, from the start.
Yes. Yes.
So here, what were we doing?
Here we wanted to view the table, wanted to view the auditor's report, the location ID and the true water source score.
View
the auditor report. The location and the true water source score from the auditor report.
column location ID and like that.
Exactly. Then the second
one, what are we doing? We were joining.
Yes.
Then
the auditor
doing?
report. The auditor report to the visit table.
Okay.
To view the visit record ID.
To view
the record ID from the visit table. To view the record ID from the visit table.
Okay. Then this one. What are we doing here?
We are joining the
auditor report. Visits. And
visit and water quality table.
Okay.
To view the subjective water quality score.
To view the subjective water
subjective
quality.
quality score.
Okay. So the next one. Are we here? Yeah. Someone to read for us?
It doesn't matter if your columns are in a different format, because we are about to clean this up a bit. Since it is a duplicate, we can drop one of the local ID columns. Let's leave record ID and rename the scores to surveyor score and auditor score to make it clear which scores we are looking at in the results set. That's the table they have provided, and then since we are joining 1620 rows of data, we want to keep track of the number of rows we get each time we run a query. We can either set the maximum number of rows we want from the limit to 1,000 rows to a large number like, let's say, 10,000, or we can force SQL to give us all of the results using the limit 10,000.
Okay. So I think we start with this one. Anyone who can explain what this means?
So it basically means that we want to drop the location ID column. Since the location ID column, the record ID column, they all represent something similar. So we want to drop the location ID column. After we do that, we want to give alias to the scores. So we want to call the auditor score, from whatever the name is presently, and we want to call the other score, surveyor score, so that we can, that's the employee score. We want to call it surveyor score so that we can see the two scores and be able to compare and contrast.
Okay. So how do we go about it? Are we continuing with this one? I think.
We can continue with it, or we can copy it and make another so that, so exactly.
Because it's a different question.
Okay.
So
now,
about this.
I think you can give it a comment before you proceed, because I think it will be many.
yes,
Yes.
yeah.
You can just say that you are dropping particular table, column.
So we say we are dropping
location ID.
ID column. Also, I think the.
Should they go back? Renaming. Leave records ID.
I think yes, you can just copy that so that I will just use that instead.
So how do we go about that?
So I think what we are doing right now is that
I think we are just renaming this to survey score. I'm guessing it's what? Survey score and what audit? So survey score is what the field officers got, if I'm not wrong.
You are correct.
Then
The
audit score.
yes, as audit score, the true water score as audit score, auditor score.
Okay. Is there any other thing we are changing?
As.
Oh,
You didn't put as.
I'm sorry.
Then we need to drop. Location ID.
I think because we had not updated, we can just remove it. The second one, the one that had the. Yeah, it is in the first one. I think it's in the first one. You can just remove it from the list because we did
This
not.
one.
Yes.
Okay, you don't want us to drop
And
it, right?
will it affect this?
Mhm.
No, if we remove it, it will not affect.
It won't affect it by
Because
the.
if we remove it, it won't affect. Because it's still on the table actually. This is just for visualization.
So like that.
Yes.
Okay, let's run and see. So it's okay, I think. Let's just confirm. Yeah. But then they didn't drop the location. So that's why there's a difference. Are we okay up to there? So I guess we're okay. Okay, so the next bit is this one. So since we are joining 1620 rows of data, we want to keep track of the number of rows we get each time we run a query. We can either set the maximum limit of the maximum number of rows we want from limit to 1,000 rows to a larger number like 10,000, or we can force SQL to give us all the results using the limit 10,000.
So
Mhm.
they want us to either limit it to 10,000 or use the GUI to change it. I think it's just better we use the GUI to change it to 10,000.
Uh,
10,000. That's the upper one.
before we go in
The
further,
upper
can
one.
before we go in further, can we first of all confirm the number of records for the auditor's report? If it tallies with what he had, just do
Uh,
a count on the auditor's report.
we will need
If
to change the limit first to be able to get it correctly.
but I think because it's not returning the record, it's just returning the number. I think it won't affect, but you can try to change.
Like that?
Actually, basically
Yes.
the limit. Yeah, okay.
No, it's
Do
not.
do a count.
Okay. What am I how will it be?
Select count. Select count, then inside the asterisk, inside the parentheses, you add that asterisk.
like that.
Yes. Then I can run. Yeah, 16,
Yeah.
20. It is the same?
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So from there,
you can try as well to count on this one and see the you see the current number of records. I don't know.
from this query.
Yeah, you can search there also.
Mm.
Just count
Should I put it here?
anyone there at the top.
Sorry?
You can count anything there at the top, like
Count all. Will it work?
no, you can do a count on this on any column. Just count, do a
Oh,
count on any column.
okay, I get you. Count like that. Like that?
It will work.
Huh?
It will work because we are going to get an aggregated function for that table. So it's going
It has
to be
counted.
but you can try.
I don't
It's not
know.
going
Was
to
it
list
counted?
the table. No,
Okay.
it cannot work like that unless we comment that. The reason why it will not work is that unless we are doing a group by. So, because remember that we are running on columns and count is sort of works as an aggregated function, so it will give a single result for a column. And these other ones are giving results per column. So that's why it won't work there. So if you want to count a separate row, you have to do it on a separate query below or include a group by in this query.
I think basically we want just to run or to identify the number of records for the new table. So it doesn't matter if it is a different column or whichever column. So I think it should.
Okay, and Maya,
Yes.
which table are you talking about?
The
This
current
one.
one, yeah, the
This.
current one. Or you can just use
Oh,
the statistics. You can just use that one. The other side where there's a result grid. This GUI. This GUI. You see where there's a result. The results, the table that you are seeing there.
Here.
The results
Well,
part.
here.
Then place your cursor. Just go to the right. There's a result grid there.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
then
this one.
scroll down. I think there's a drop down. You can scroll down, yeah. And then just scroll until you see statistics or something. I think it is that part.
Oh, query statistics.
Yes.
One.
And then scroll until you see the row sent to client. I think there's a limit. That's why it is giving 1,000 only. Can you increase to 10,000 there at the top? Increase to 10,000.
Okay, so
yes.
That's
there at the top.
that's
No.
what we.
There at the top.
Where?
There the GUI. There at the top. There's a limit to 1,000 rows. There at the top.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So change it to 50,000 or anything. Then try to run again. And then again go out to the statistics and try to check. So you can see there's a difference when you're joined. So I think this is what he's trying to tell us. Try to compare the changes in the number of rows returned. Yes.
Okay, so we've tackled this one, this bit, right?
I
So
think so.
let's yeah. So let's continue. The person who is reading for us, please.
Okay, sorry. Since we are joining the rows of data, I've already read that one.
Yeah.
So okay, let's analyze. A good starting point is to check if the auditors and the employees scores agree. There are many ways to do it. We can have a where clause and check if surveyor score equals the auditor score, or we can subtract the two scores and check if the result is 0.
Okay. So anyone, I think we are continuing with this. So let me just copy it. So how do we add the where clause?
I think it should be there at the bottom.
Yeah.
So what is
Where?
the filtering criteria? You can go back to the slide and see. So just copy, I think just copy that part. Though we use an alias, I don't know if, yeah. So surveyors, wait.
Have they given us any alias name?
No, I think because that is a filter, you don't need. I was just wondering.
Do we use alias
No,
on
you
where?
don't. You don't use alias there because there's an echo on my
Sorry?
end.
There's someone who's trying to speak. So should I run it?
I don't know where the echo is coming from on my end.
So I would suggest that if you're not talking, maybe you can mute yourself to not let echo come in.
Okay, let me run it. I don't know why I'm not seeing the results, or it's wrong. Oh yeah. There's an error.
If I can ask, that survey score is in which table?
Sorry?
That surveyor score is in which table? There's a bad echo on my end when I try to talk.
So we should add the table. Auditor score is like that. An error still.
I think it is saying unknown. I think
The problem is here.
because already the alias is defined. We are using the alias.
Sorry?
Can you read this the slide again?
This where clause is supposed to be somewhere different. Is it in the right place? On the right place?
Can you try to run, and then I shall check the action output here, because I think it displays the bugs, the errors.
Should I run it again?
Try to run, trying to run, and there the message at the action output, it says unknown column surveyor underscore surveyor.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay, I've been trying to talk, I don't know. Anyway, I was saying, are we allowed to use aliases in a where clause?
No, I don't think so.
We should use the original column names, maybe.
Okay. So
I think you should also copy with the alias for the table name, because it's pointing to different tables. So you should use the alias as well.
alias or the actual?
Actually, because the tables we used also the alias. Like you can see, like a visit, you gave it V, and then the other one you gave it something.
But
Is it?
I've understood that maybe on the where clause we should use the actual names. So maybe I use this. And this is what the water quality. Okay, let's just try it and see. Again, an error.
Can you try with the alias?
Even if we say AR.TrueWater and WT.Subjective.
You can use the AR.
Yeah.
So you can compare the results there. You can see 2505 rows were returned.
So let's just see. We can continue. Where are we? We're here.
Yeah, I think we are correct.
Just read for us.
Can you perhaps be writing somewhere the changes, like at the initial had some rows, the other one had another rows, then at the modified, because I saw somewhere they say that we should track the changes or at the number of rows. Can we do that? No, it's not even a must. If it's,
I think
maybe it's the next one, or I add it here. Let's continue then. Maybe if it relates to this one, we can add it here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. You can add it to the comment.
So someone to read for us?
You try and figure this out. If you run into an error, remember that you can't use aliases in where. So you have to use the same name as in the select part, like this, the auditor report, true water, source scope. You got 2,505 rows, right? Some of the locations were visited multiple times. So these records So these records are duplicated here. To fix it, we set visit count equal 1 in the where clause. Make sure you reference the alias you used for visit in the join. With the duplicates removed, I now get 1,518 records. What does this mean considering the auditors visited 1,620 sites? I think that's an excellent result. 1518 out of 1620 equals to 94 of the records the auditor checked. You are correct, but that means
Is it my network or
I can't hear
can
him
you?
also.
I think it's his. I can just finish that last part.
at those we can do.
Okay.
Isaac, you're breaking.
Oh, sorry. I think it's my network. Until up to what part?
Yeah.
Did I get lost?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But that means that 102 records are in.
You are breaking again.
I think you can just help him. He has unstable
But
network.
that means that 1 or 2 records are incorrect. So let's look at those. You can do it by adding 1 character in the last.
Adding 1 character in the last.
Okay. So I think we start with here. So I think we experienced this when we were using the alias. We got an error, but now we've used the actual name in the table. So this is a comment that we'll add. Should I just add it like this, or how do I put it?
I think it's okay. So basically, this one means that the alias affects only the column names, because we tried defining the tables with the alias and it worked. So I think it affects mainly the column names. You can't use the alias on the column names in the where clause.
So so some of the locations. Sorry?
Sorry. I was saying for that one, you can write a comment of we're just removing duplicates.
Okay. Removing. Should I explain how? By
Yes.
setting the visits. Yeah. Okay. So how do we go about this?
I think you can. Sorry, I think you can also just add that the column alias does not work on the where clause. So that in that comment for that one that had the where clause.
There?
Can you use a line
like
break?
that.
Can you use a line break? So that I think it might be readable.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Okay. So how do we go about this?
I think there we shall use the and.
And
The and.
Here.
Yeah, the filter.
yes, after the last clause. I would rather
And
you put it in a
visit.
new line so that it's not too long.
And visits. Yeah.
So I think because we define the from with the alias, so I think at the visits as well we shall use the alias. Because of the from, we use the alias. Yes.
Visit count.
Is equal to 1. Okay.
Yeah, I see it is 1518.
At the bottom it says 1518 rows returned. So
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, but this is something that this is something that I've just noticed. You can also get the records, the number of rows here at the bottom. I've just realized
yes,
this one.
the result
Yes.
from the action output tells you
Yes.
what was affected.
Yes.
Okay. So now we are here. What does this mean considering the auditor visited 1620 sites? I think that is an excellent result. 1518 of the records the auditor checked were correct. So how did we get this figure? The cross multiplication.
You take the updated, the new values from the original, multiply by 100, I guess. Is it?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, but that means that one or two
Is it my internet or is she breaking?
I think she's breaking.
are
It looks like
incorrect.
She's breaking. She's breaking.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. But
you have to start from where you're supposed to start from from that question again so that we don't miss anything.
So I was saying we are here now. So do records that are incorrect. And they are saying we should look at those by adding one character in the last query. So should we continue or it's a result? So how do we do this?
so to get the affected, you just do the minus. The original minus the latest values, then you will get the number of records that were not captured, that were not correct. Is it so, or what was the question?
Let me just.
This is not related, but can I ask something? Can you use some arithmetic in the MySQL? For example, just say something like a select something minus something, then you get the value, or something divided by something, you get a value. Can it work here? I haven't tried that one. You can just try for me. See if it's possible. If you can try to.
Here.
Yeah, there at the bottom, just at the bottom, a new line.
Do you want to subtract a column from a column, or you want to do a single digit from a single digit? Which one?
I just want to do some digits, not even related to, just do some random mathematics. Just it's not even related to the columns and stuff, because I know there you have to add in the queries, complicated queries. Like I'll just type select, and then I'll say, for example, this value divided by the other value, or we can as well use the one to get the percentage there. So in a new line, just a separate line, you can just try to add select, then you'll take the original value inside the quotes, original value inside the quotes, forward slash to show division. Is it backslash or a forward slash? And then the
So
original value.
what do I write here?
So
Original.
inside the quotes, I think it should be inside the quotes. Inside the quotes. When I say original, I mean the original values, not the word original. So inside the quotes.
Oh.
And then try to get the values in the. It's here, I think. Is it 518, the updated one? 518, the one that are the rows, the duplicates are removed. It's 1518. So type 1518 forward slash. Then the original value was what? I think we wrote somewhere. Yeah. Then into brackets. And then asterisk. Asterisk, and then 100. Just try to run that one and see if it will return something. I'm not sure, just testing.
It will return.
It will return?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, and that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Okay. So here, what should we add? What is that one character we should add?
Can you go to the slide and we try to understand that one?
Oh, sorry. Has anyone understood this? I think it's the opposite of what we've done here, if I'm not wrong.
So, now when you try to do the not equal, will it work?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm thinking it's greater than 1. We see those 1 or 2.
I think yeah, it's just the same. Even if you use the not equal or greater than, it's just the same, I guess. Yeah. So I think all of them should work.
Yeah. So you add the exclamation.
Still the same.
Okay.
We can let's just run all of them. We see. Sorry.
So it's returned 987. So maybe not equal.
Okay.
That's correct.
Try it's supposed to return 102.
So equals exclamation. No, the exclamation comes after the equal sign.
Okay.
Will not give you the right answer.
Like that.
Hello.
I think it's this way. Is it this way or the other way?
Can you put an exclamation
at the end after the equals?
Here.
Not there. On the upper line, the one true water score is equals subjective quality score.
Here.
There. Yeah.
Why? Please explain.
Why are we putting there?
Yeah, I also think that's the correct way, I think.
Why there?
Because we are trying to see. Let me try to
find
answer.
out. Can I go on?
Yeah.
We're trying to find out. We're trying to find out scores that are not equal to 1, right? The one which later we are going to find out their errors. So I would switch. I would do it that way. If it doesn't work, I would switch and visit count to come first before the other the top line, the true water score line. But try running it like that, and let's see if it's gonna give us the name.
I don't think I've understood.
Neither have I, because I thought.
Yeah, I think
it's
we should.
about the digit count.
Maybe I can try.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure, Wairimu.
Okay. What we are trying to do, we are trying to see for the errors that have occurred that are we are trying to see the true score for the auditor and also the subjective score where the visit counts is equals to 1. That is where the errors are. That's where you'll get the 102 records. Okay? I think that is how I understood. That where the auditor score is not equal to the subjective score. Because if you think about it, if your auditor went and did the same things that somebody else does, we should have the same score. But why are we having different scores? It means there must be an error somewhere. Okay? That is how I understood what they meant. And if you do that, you will return 102 records.
Okay, maybe let's run that query and see.
Yeah. It's giving 102. I think
actually returns 102.
So let me just add it to the comments.
The score of the auditor, the score of the auditor should be equal to the employee score. It should not be different. Because what is an audit? When you go to do an audit, you should get the same results.
Now I get you. So it means anything that is not is a problem.
If you go and run the previous records, the 15, is it the 16, 20 or the 15? If you go and counter check those records, you will see there are records that they are similar. The auditor score and the employee score, they are equal. But if the more you continue, you'll see that there are some records that are not matching, and those are errors.
Because we already took care of the other duplicates by setting the
Yes,
visit count
yes,
to
yes.
1.
Yes.
Yeah, I get your point now. Thank you.
Is that explanation correct, what I've just written?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can continue. Did we get this? Let's check. Yeah. I think it's correct.
So it
Any
means
question?
these people told us to
Sorry?
drop. I think these people told us to drop that column, yet they are still using it. But no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, I was wondering where is it coming from.
Okay. So we can continue. The person who is reading for us, please. Or anyone else who can read?
Let me help in the meantime. Since we used some of this data in our previous analysis, we need to make sure those results are still valid. Now we know some of them are incorrect. We didn't use the scores that much, but we relied a lot on the type of water source. So let's check if there are any errors there. So to do this, we need to grab the type of water source column from the water source table and call it survey source. Using the source ID column to join, sorry. Also, select the type of water source from the auditor report table and call it auditor source.
Okay. So we are adding another table. So I think it's a continuation of all this, right? We're just continuing from this. So how are we going to go about this?
Please go back to the slide.
So should I go back?
I think now we add yet another join. What?
Yeah. We are adding the water source table again into this query. And also, I think some few columns, 2 columns, the type of water source from the water source table and type of water source from the auditor table.
Since we had go back at the query, had we already if we had referenced those tables, had we?
Not yet. We only have the tables on the corner.
The tables we have are auditor report, visits, and water quality. So that means we now add the other two columns there. Like after the surveyor score, we do comma, then we add the next one, which is
type of water source.
Yeah, a type of. So it will be. Had we aliased the water source table?
No, we don't have the water source. We just aliased. So should we add two types of water sources, right? Because we have one from the auditor's report and another one from the water source.
Yes.
Yes, you can do that and give it alliance here.
So that one will be auditor source.
Yeah, auditor source. And then the other one
will be water source dot water source.
What have we done here?
I think you've copied like a whole.
Let me just rectify it. So type of water source. This one is from
water source.
We'll give it an alias, right? So we just write water WS. Then now when we are joining,
we'll give it here.
We remember.
If we give it WS, is there anywhere to reference that, or it will say no such table?
Now we are joining now, because now we want to add that table here. If I'm not wrong.
And should the join be there at the top or at the bottom? Should it be before the where?
I'm not sure.
But they can join work on any which clauses can you use the join?
They have told us to join on source ID.
So is it before or after? After where? Could it be here or here?
So join, okay, just keep going on ws.sourceid.
Just get it.
Equals ar.sourceid.
AR has source ID.
Where can you open the table we see?
No, it doesn't have. It doesn't.
Okay.
So how do we join this?
Which is the other table here? Water quality. Does water quality have a source ID?
Visits table also.
Or visit. So it's
V.
Like that. Is that okay? We try and run it. Yeah. it has brought something. So let's check and see if we are correct. $21 and $60. Yeah. I think we are correct.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
All right.
Have we removed the
continue. Which column?
The instruction said we should remove some columns. I don't know if we've done that.
Yes. You are saying which columns? Which columns are you talking about? Am I audible? Or am I not
Yes, you
audible?
are. Sorry.
Okay.
Your network is okay. I actually thought it was that question, but it seems it's the next question because you highlighted it in the first question. So I thought that blue place said remove some columns and join. But I think it's the next line.
Okay. So we can continue. Someone to read, please.
So what I can see is that the types of sources look the same. So even though the scores are wrong, the integrity of type of water source data we analyzed last time is not affected. Once you're done, remove the columns and join statement for water sources again.
Okay. So anyone who has understood that? What columns are we removing?
I think they were just trying to counter check if they resemble, so we can revert back to the original state. And that was, I think you can just copy the previous part.
Oh,
Yes,
so we are not dealing with the type of water sources that we've added.
yes. I tend to think so.
Okay. And this one I had not put an alias as. What was the alias for this one? Employee score. A survey score.
Survey score.
Okay. So we are continuing with this without the scores. So we can continue. Someone to help us read?
Sorry. Linking records to employees. Next up, let's look at where these errors may have come from. At some of the locations, employees assigned scores incorrectly, and those records ended up in the results set. I think there are two reasons this can happen. These workers are all human and make mistakes, so this is expected. Two, unfortunately, the alternative is that someone assigned scores incorrectly on purpose. In either case, the employees are the source of the errors. So let's join the assigned employee ID for all the people on our list from the visits table to our query. Remember, our query shows the 1 or 2 incorrect records. So when we join employee data, we can see which employees made these incorrect records.
Okay. So we are joining another table. And adding which columns? We are adding we are joining the employee table using the assigned employee ID. So how do we go about it?
We add another column there at the top under select. So we have now from employee, the employee name. So we'll have, maybe we will alias the employee table as E. So it will be E dot assigned employee ID. Should we alias it?
Yeah, I think we should.
Wait, we are getting the IDs, or do we want to see the name? And then join on assigned employee ID.
I think we should see the name, right?
So we do the name and then we join on assigned employee ID.
Yeah. So employee name. So the alias we should put what?
Just name, I don't know.
Just give it any, or you can even leave it the way it is.
Employee incorrect.
I think you should maintain. You should maintain their way of naming the columns, so that example should be is a good practice to be consistent. Like you use the small case, all of them.
So this one we don't alias it, we just leave it as it is.
You can alias or you can leave it the way it is, but the approach is to use uppercase, all of them. Yes.
Uppercase.
And it's okay.
Put
It's
a
okay.
comma after surveyor score.
I think it was okay.
Like that.
Put a comma after surveyor score.
Okay.
Great.
Then
join again.
We're joining employee as E, then on
E dot assigned employee equals, if you go to the visit table, It's an assigned ID. What do we have under the visits table? There's none there. Oh, there is. Yeah, assigned employee ID at the end. And so B dot.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's run it. Yeah. So
We go and verify. Yeah, I think we are correct. Watching.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
they just
If you go to the next table, hapo chini, after.
oh, okay. Had I written my comments? I think I should add to this. What am I adding?
I think you can use the previous comment, not that one, the one apoju on the previous slide.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Let's say join on that one.
Okay, let me just copy it. Then I can add.
When you have like a huge paragraph, you can do a comment faster or multiple lines, a multi-line comment by using Control// on Windows. If you're using Windows, I think you are using Windows, yeah.
Yeah. There's something else I wanted to add here. We join the employee data. So you are saying I do what? Control?
You have already commented them, but say you can select like that whole comment. We just select the whole comment. If you do Control//, it will uncomment.
Oh.
And then if you do Control// again, it will comment. Now select it again.
And then I just
do
Control.
Yeah.
Select
Exactly.
to that part of the table. I think also should be a comment.
Yeah.
Or even let me just join it here.
Okay.
So where were we? Here. Had we read this?
No, but I think we did it instead. Because it's about putting the names.
Yeah. So we go to slide 16.
Well, this query is massive and complex, so maybe it is a good idea to save this as a CTE. So when we do more analysis, we can just call the CTE like it was a table. Call it something like incorrect records. Once you're done, check if this query select all from the incorrect table records gets the same table back. Can we do that first, maybe?
The first bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just take the whole of this. And is there a shortcut where I can align these things so that they don't?
I think in the future what you'll do, you'll do the line breaks first, all of them, then you will do that way of multi-line comment. You would first of all, because you'll also take time doing this.
Okay, so we are continuing with this, but adding CTE, right?
Yes, yes.
So I can just. So, what do we do from here?
It should be with, and then
To create a CT, I think we use the with statement.
And then the name that they gave us, I don't know.
Here on top.
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
With.
And then now you write the name of the CTE.
With incorrect records.
And then I shall use it as an alias. S.
Then
you type S.
Do we write us
S,
or
yeah,
do we put the column list, guys?
Use
we put
us first. Then everything should be inside the quotes.
I'm not sure.
It should be inside the parentheses.
Anyone to help us, please?
Sorry, I was talking and my mic was muted. So here you after you've defined that incorrect records, you use the AS, and then everything should be now inside the parentheses.
The whole table, right?
Yeah, should be inside now the parentheses. Yeah.
Then we run that.
Yes.
Oh, is it supposed to be here? Or there's an error here.
I think it's okay. There's an error.
I think we should put it on the inside. Put it on the inside. Then put the. No, it's still an error. At the top, we've written with the name, with incorrect records as. That's how you do a CTE. Do we need to say the columns in the CTE?
No.
Oh, okay. So it should be that as.
You can
just say at the bottom, say select all. Like select what? Select everything from, select all from. Now the CTE name, we see what we will get. Just close that one and continue.
I close the, or I just,
no.
What I'm doing is okay.
Keep going. Keep going.
Select all from
now the CTE name.
Which was incorrect.
Correct. Then close the statement. Then run that so that it can show us everything on the CTE.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. So you've commented at the top that we are creating a CTE.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Where are we? Yes, now we are here. that we defined incorrect, we can query it like any other table. So I think you can continue reading. Or had you read this? No.
Sorry, no, sorry, I hadn't read that part. So the second one says, now that we defined incorrect records, we can query it like any other table. Let's first get a unique list of employees from this table. Think back to the start of your SQL journey to answer this one. I got 17 employees. So maybe we do that. Am I finish? Should I finish?
I think let's just do this first.
Okay.
Okay. So how do we do this? Can go back. Let's first get a unique list of employees from the CTE table that we've created, I'm guessing. So think back to the start of your SQL journey to answer this question.
I think here, now that city that we've used is like a variable, the container for all this information. So what we'll do here, you just select now the CTE name that we used. No, yeah, should be this one. No, I think now this should be from, right? You should now define
First write the columns you
the
want,
columns,
but
yeah.
the from yes is the CTE.
Yeah, now yeah.
So select what columns do we need?
Distinct employee. And then according to the table they have given us,
employee name or what?
just I think that distinct employee name, yes. Oh, we called it a different, should we call it employee incorrect scores? Because that's what we called them.
Yeah, I think we should use that one.
Okay.
Then we end and run. We just see what we get. Then, yeah. I think it has returned. There's an error because it has returned. Wait, what has it said? What's the error at the bottom?
I'm trying to get it. Yeah.
It says
doesn't exist.
The table empty water services records does not exist. Every time should we keep saying with this one is this one, select what we need?
No. When you use now the with, it will save it. So that next time we just use the saved in it.
Also, when we are using with, it automatically saves that table.
Yeah, but I think you should have selected including the other stuff. You could have selected including the one with the CTE, I guess. Because I think it just saved temporarily.
So that means we keep referencing to the older query.
Yes, because it refers to the older query. So I suggest if you could try to highlight everything, including the part of the CTE. Is it CTE? Common table expression. Yeah.
So then does it help us query?
So we rewrite all this
not
here.
relating. Yeah. Try to select everything, including the upper part with the CTE.
Oh.
Because
but now that's up to here.
Up to the bottom, to the current query that we are using, because this one is not saved. You just try
So
to.
every time then we have to copy and paste that with whatever
I
as
thought
whatever then.
the whole point of CT is not to have to write all this.
I thought so too.
So
I
wait,
think Mama is saying you highlight from the CTE up to you highlight the two queries.
Oh, when you are
and run
running.
them. Yes.
Oh, so I remove this comment.
No, just
the comment
remove,
doesn't have
just
to.
highlight.
because it won't be run.
Okay.
Now highlight everything and run. We see if it will be possible.
Yes, that way, run that one.
Still an error.
Interesting.
But there's still an error. Saying the same thing.
I think we do the width.
Then just copy the CTE.
Yeah, and change the bottom.
Yes.
You just now change the.
So I copy then. Sorry.
Just copy up to the end of the query without the select bit.
Here.
Yeah.
Then
you paste it before the select at the bottom now.
Here.
No, before the select statement.
Oh, before. Like that.
Let's run and see. But I thought the CTE would help us not have to repeat ourselves, but you.
I think the one that you cannot repeat is the views. But now the CTE, they just help you to not repeat the codes. So you have first of all to define it because it's not saved. So the idea
every
is to
time you have
highlight
to
it.
define it first.
Yes.
Our rows are 17, and they said they turned 17, so I think we are correct now.
Yeah. So we can continue.
It says next, let's try to calculate how many mistakes each employee made. So basically, we want to count how many times their name is in the incorrect records list, and then group them by name, right?
Okay. So how do we go about this?
You paste, you panga it, and then you highlight. You need to do the sentences first and then you highlight, but it's okay.
I need to?
I was saying, once you copy it, just break it into multiple lines and then you highlight and comment. That way you won't have to keep commenting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's highlight all this up to here.
Just copy all of it. We will change
plus the select.
Because I think the changes will be minimal here. We are just changing that select again.
I haven't understood that slide. Could you perhaps try to explain?
So how I've understood it is, we have these employees. You see, before we found the distinct number of employees, like we found how many they were repeated. You would find like there was Rudo and then there was Beloazibo like twice. That means we just like counted now the unique employees. Now this time we are trying to say which employee, and then we have like another column saying how many times that employee has appeared to count the number of mistakes, because each record is a mistake.
Okay.
Yes. So I think the idea is we are still selecting the same employee, the distinct employee incorrect score, and then another one is, no, we will remove the distinct part. And then we put a comma and add count. So, comma, then count. Then again, employee incorrect score.
Oops.
Number of mistakes.
What did I give it?
The alias number of mistakes.
Number of mistakes. Like that.
And then we need to group.
Your group by
because we have aggregated.
Group.
I think you'll group by
the
employee
same
incorrect score.
The incorrect scores.
Yes, this one, that one.
I'm thinking incorrect scores. Incorrect scores. Employee incorrect scores. You've ended the query before, so remove that semicolon. Yeah, then put it there. Then we run.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's okay. Yeah. So the next slide, do you see a pattern there?
Do you see a pattern there? Order the list if you can't see it yet. It looks like some of the surveyors are making a lot of mistakes, while many of the other surveyors are only making a few. I don't like where this is going.
So ordering, I think
we do by number of mistakes. Oh, it's already ordered. Sorry. Thank you for sorting.
So I think we can see Bello, Malachi, Zuriel have the most. So we can continue.
Next, gathering some evidence. Okay, so thinking about this a bit, how would we go about finding out if any of our employees are corrupt? Sorry for interrupting. I wanted to ask, I think I wasn't there at the beginning. We are doing this until the end, we are splitting it.
I think we wanted to cover much in the first section, and then in the next session, I think in the night, we'll like send until doing the MCQ, the tests.
Okay, so we finish the slides right now, and then at night we do the MCQ.
The MCQ, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So
And
when we finish gathering, you want to say something? Sorry.
Which slides are we? Slide number are we?
Okay, gathering some evidence. Okay, so thinking about this a bit, how would we go about finding out if any of our employees are corrupt? Let's say all employees make mistakes. If someone is corrupt, they will be making a lot of mistakes, more than average, for example. But someone could just be clumsy, so we should try to get more evidence. Our auditor did say some of the things he had on the streets were quite shady, and he recorded this in the statements column. Considering both of these sources should give us a pretty reliable answer. So let's try to find all of the employees who have an above average number of mistakes. Let's break it down into steps first. Number one, we have to first calculate the number of times someone's name comes up. We just did that in the previous query. Let's call it error count. Then we need to calculate the average number of mistakes employees made. We can do that by taking the average of the previous query's results, something like this. Let's call that the average error count per employee, which would be a scalar value.
I think let's just first do the two questions. So this one we had already done it, but maybe we can put the alias.
I think there you should also use another CTO, because I think he's saying we name it as is it the same name? Error count.
This
So I think we should
error count.
you should wrap everything with the CTO, and then it will be error count.
I think here it's just here changing.
Okay.
Yeah. So that gives us what have I done? I have not highlighted. Is it correct here? 17 rows, error count. So we've done the first question. Should I add it here as a comment?
Yes, you can.
I think it's. I
No,
can
with
just. Let me add it here as error count. So now we go to the second one. The second one, calculating the average number of mistakes the employees made. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So we are taking this whole thing again, or are we taking this query?
Yeah, I think we should use it.
Okay. Then we are trying to get the average number of mistakes made. So should we paste it here, or how do we go about this?
Can you try to go back to that slide? You know, when you try to use that from error count, it will mean that the initial part should have been the CTO, because this error count should point to the entire thing. Is it so? we should have wrapped the initial query, and then give it is make it a the city.
Up to here.
Yes, the initial query.
So instead of the CTE being up to here,
No,
we change it.
Everything, it will have the nested CTE as well. So it will have the entire another CTE should wrap everything, including the initial CTE.
I don't think I'm getting. So you're saying we add another CTE here with?
No, the with now should wrap everything. You see the CTE that we had initially. So we make it a nested CTE on another CTE.
So that's what I was asking. Should I remove this? Because
No.
the CTE that we had previously was up to here.
Yes, you should have
And
added,
then
including the previous
include
query.
it.
The previous query ended where?
Yeah, this is the previous query. I've just copy pasted it up to here,
yes.
up to the employee incorrect scores. But now, remember in our previous query,
yes,
the CTE ends here.
Yes, so now you should wrap the previous query, make it a CTE as well. So you'll use again the CTE error count, and then you give it that, you place it inside the quotes, the parentheses. So it will be like another CTE, so that when you use there at the bottom from, specify that CTE.
So you can wrap it from there. Yeah, from there you can also wrap it from there.
So I add with as with what with the name is what?
With error, with the error count. Don't put with, because we already have a with up there. You can do error count as, then wrap it with a parenthesis.
I'm not get here. I write the error count here.
Yeah, error count as.
Average error count or error count?
Error count.
Now, let me just ask, do we have a CTE for error count somewhere? The original CTE, what was the name for the original CTE?
I think incorrect records. This is incorrect records.
So, what we will do, just to make it simple, just in a new line, just write with, then error count, just in a new line. You can in a new line before the new line. Just say with, then error count as into parenthesis. Then I will copy the previous query, previous the previous query. Just copy everything, including its CTE, including its CTE. Is it CTE?
From here.
Yes, from there. Yeah, from there.
From here.
Yes. To the bottom, to the end.
Up to here.
Up to
here.
Yes, up to there.
Okay.
I just press it there. Then I close with the parentheses. So this way you can use it as you can now specify from. Now it will when you use it again, you will specify now from that error count, so it will work.
Like that.
Yes. So that number of mistake, I think it is defined somewhere. You use it as an alias somewhere.
No. But are we not repeating?
Because you want to use now that error count, you know that from should always specify the table or the column. But now, because it's not specified, you have to wrap it so that you can use it. Because
So that means it has to be at the start of before the with incorrect record, Sama.
in the current I don't know how to.
So we had this,
Yes.
We had this from the word go, this CTE that we created.
Yes.
Then now, right now, we are trying to add this with error count as.
Then at the
also it
previous
has
page.
wrapped the other one.
Yes.
Then
yes,
does that mean, do we need the older CTE up or due, like before the with error count, Ama, we need to
we need
delete
it.
that part?
We need it as well. We are wrapping everything.
No, I'm saying, you see where she's highlighting there with error count as with incorrect records. It's already referenced inside there.
Yes.
So why do we need it from line 212 going up? Shouldn't we delete that?
Yeah, that was my question.
To delete what?
From here
you shouldn't,
going up.
You shouldn't delete it.
But you see, it feels like it's a table, and then we're starting another table.
The error is occurring where you have started with the preceding query. You have not ended the query. Where we have grouped by, just use a semicolon there to add that query.
Or to end the older CTE.
Yes.
For the older query, the older query, okay. But the book put, yeah. Okay.
So
you can create a white space.
Is there a point of having this one? Huh?
But my question still is, why do we have it?
Yeah.
Why are we having it and yet we have still wrapped it somewhere else?
We don't. Yeah, we don't need it now.
Yeah.
Because it's wrapped.
Okay.
We don't need it. Yeah.
So I remove this.
Yes.
It's up to where? Like that.
Yes.
So we've wrapped it with error count as that query up until we're group by.
Yes. So now you can use now the from. Now from will now specify that city or that entire thing.
But now
what are we calling the average number of mistakes? Ama, we won't need it.
We don't have any number of mistakes anywhere.
We have the average number of mistakes because we have the number of mistakes as in the previous. You remember the previous query we ran? We calculated the number of mistakes by counting how many employees.
So it should be error count.
No, it should be the
number of mistakes.
Number of mistakes.
No. Or you just use the word error count inside there.
Yeah, because we don't have a number of mistakes anywhere.
Yes.
I think we just didn't call it number of mistakes.
Number of mistakes. Just call it number of mistakes.
We called it error count. Or we call it so that we can remember.
Remove that error count and make it number of mistakes.
Yeah, because we are
correct that one.
Naming the CTE with error count.
Yeah, okay. Oh, the CTE is the incorrect, is the error count.
Yeah.
So number of mistakes, yeah, okay.
So it's okay up to there?
Up to there. Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
call the
returning
average.
a scalar value. As they had said it. Let's go back to the slides.
Can we please see the output a little longer? I think
Okay.
you've gone back too fast. Okay, sawa. Thank you.
So we can see, let's call that result average error count per employee, which would be a scalar value. So up to there, I think we are correct. So should we name it again? Should we rename this?
Oh yeah, you can name it. Yeah. Use it as an alias. Is it complete? That alias. I think that alias is not complete. Or it was like that per employee.
I've just copied it the way it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we can continue.
Finally, we have to compare each employee's error count with average error count per employee. We will call this results set our suspects list. Remember that we can't use an aggregate result in where, so we have to use average error count per employee as a subquery. So we have to put it inside when we are doing the select. Here, this query is becoming long.
No, I think because we already have the average, should we use another query, or I can just specify the average, the values that we have, the average? Or I will have to wrap
We'll
it,
just,
okay? We'll make it long.
We'll still have to wrap it because you see the average will come in as a subquery because we can't use it directly.
Oh, okay.
Like they have said.
All right. So it will be a subquery.
Please, can someone explain a little bit further this point 3?
So, I have it pasted in the chat box.
The query.
But
can you explain
the question?
Can you explain, please?
Okay.
Yeah. I would wish. You see, I got lost when you guys decided to wrap the entire thing. But my idea was to wrap it somewhere there after error count, after we had calculated the number of mistake.
I basically wanted to understand more on this before we go to the query.
Can I help and explain that one?
Yeah.
So, for the employee to get into the suspect list, he has to have one more than the average number of mistakes that you have calculated there, which is 6. So we are going to use the comparison greater than the one Jacob has posted there. So it is if he has a number of mistakes which is greater than the average, then it goes into the suspect list. So it is we're going to use the comparison
So we have two options. We can either hapo kwa bracket, we can use that subquery for calculating the average number of employees, or we can use the 6 that we got.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we shall again use the CTE instead of subquery there at that part, so that it may be easier, other than typing the entire thing as well.
So from I've
Yes,
already
we have to
pasted.
use the CTE again. You've pasted. You've put the comment.
Not yet. I want us to finish, then I put it first. Let me just. So I do this.
As you try to work on that, there's someone who asked about the CTE. I think I can try to explain. Now, when you use the CTE, it's like you're using a variable, the container for the entire statement, other than repeating everything. When you use now the CTE, it's like the variable for the container of the entire thing, so that in place of that entire query, you can just use that CTE, that variable, that thing, that name. It's just another version of it's just like the container, just like how variables work.
I can add on to what Name has said. With CTE, when you see you're selecting maybe from a table, you usually just write the name. But now here we have created such a huge other table. It's like a huge other table by joining all of these things. To reference it, we cannot keep now pasting that. When we go to the from, we cannot keep now pasting that part of saying every time we write now at the inside, we write now select from, that whole other query that we did. So instead, that's why we use the with, and then when we are coming now to say select, we just use the name of the CTE.
Okay. So now we have this query pasted here. So from here, how do we get to compare the average and the mistakes for the employees?
Copy the query we have there inside the slides.
Okay. This one. Where do we add this here? No. Is it supposed to be here?
Just make it a different query. Just create
add it after group by.
Okay.
Also, atoe hii ingine that
Pia select ishukishe chini after group by, put a comma and then with suspect list. And then close the bracket and paste the code you copied from the slides. Okay.
And then in the part of average, count per employee, you replace with that new query or a 6. I don't know. With that query, select average from the count.
Just hold on. Okay, so from here, select suspect list as now the query that we've gotten from the slide.
Yes.
Then I close.
I don't think we have to.
Just leave it like that and then come and select everything from.
Select all.
from error count and then is it join or union? Let me confirm. Just a second.
Caroline, you'll have to explain.
I think
I'm also a bit lost. Yeah.
I think can we just revert to the initial state query, previous query, before we do that? You can as well comment this part, and then we can try just to go step by step. I think I can try to explain that bit.
So this was a previous query.
So now we are going to the next question, right? That part for the slide. So I think just copy that bit in the slide, the query in the slide.
Yeah, which is
you
this?
have it,
This,
and then paste just after the other query, just after the other query, the original, the previous query, just place at the bottom of it so that it can be just something else. And just after the previous query, you'll paste it there.
So but I don't tamper with what she was saying.
Yeah, I think you can comment, then you'll do it later so that you may just continue from there.
Like that.
Yes, just comment the has, and then so you've pasted. Now so at
Comment
this
the older one by selecting all of it and then just control /. Then we will go back to it.
I'm not getting at all.
The code she was
You select
explaining
from,
previously.
you see from where it says error count. Uko chini.
Well,
yeah.
Here.
No, hapa mwisho kwenye umeweka the semicolon. Sorry, where you've put the semicolon.
Here.
Yeah, now so start selecting there up to where the query has started, all of it.
But I've already tampered with it. I was following what, I don't know, I can't see.
When you make it a comment,
no problem. We just want to comment it.
When you make it a comment, it won't have any effect. It will be
you want me to make this? Okay, now
yes.
I thought you wanted me
up to where, not everything
now
actually.
Control forward slash.
It's actually up to there.
Okay, oh yeah, sure.
Then now we are starting another one.
Paste the current query from the slides.
It's here, this one.
Yeah, this one.
No, so does she need the older CT from the previous one?
Yeah,
so I'll get the whole of it.
Yeah.
Up to where? Here. The whole of it.
Yes.
I paste it where? Up.
Yeah, up. And then you should make it CT. Also begin with the width.
Another width.
Yes, begin with another width.
So you will explain after she's done writing.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
With what? Suspect list.
So no, go back. Yeah, I think it was the suspect. What you want to do, get to the slides. Can you go to the slides?
Okay, just a moment.
Now you see the idea. You see that part for average error count per employee. We don't want to write every code there. We don't want to write every code there. So we want to use that part as a CT, so that in place of that we shall just place it there. Because at that whole statement, it was giving us the average. So you saw earlier when you ran the previous query, it was giving us, I think it was 6.00. So the entire query is just an average. So you just add there, and then the entire statement, the entire query will be like the comparison. Instead of adding here 6.00, the whole query will be for that part. That's the reason we are using the width, so that in place, instead of writing the whole query, we can just use that part.
So with suspect list?
No, don't use suspect list. Use the variable that they used there. I think suspect list might confuse us. So when you just go to the this part, You see that where?
But we are trying to get the
Yes.
suspect list.
We already created the older variable, Nehemiah, where we said we
Yes.
called the previous one average error count per employee. So how are we making it a CTE now?
Oh, basically, yeah, sure. Basically, we shall use the previous query, the CTA for the previous query, that the one that I used help us to get the error, the average. Then I shall place it there, right? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Did we wrap everything there for average?
For average, for
Yeah,
average we had
We don't.
wrapped, but it was just a smaller query at the bottom.
So I think now we
And
have.
that's what I think Nani was using.
So we have to wrap everything now, including that part for the average. We make it a CTE, like a variable, so that in that place we shall just be using the name.
Then that means this one is a suspect list CTE, not the average CTE.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
But we already have it.
Yeah.
But it's not wrapped because I want to pull now. Like when you use, I see that when you use the CTE is like the variable for the container for everything. But that one we didn't wrap everything. So when you use it, it will capture only to that bit where we had not added the CTE. So we should make everything like fall under that, so that when you can reference to it, it will be like the container. I don't know if you understand.
Maybe we also listen to Caroline and see what she was saying, because now I'm a bit.
Okay.
Ongeza tu kwa sababu ananunua mbele ya kupanda. Ako kiseria. Ndio tutaongeza tupa kwa sababu hata ukitupa kuna kitu kingine unataka kusema. So from here, what we continue with this that I had commented. I'm so lost here.
Okay, let me try and explain what I finished what I was trying to explain earlier. Maybe just delete everything then. I can start from the beginning since I'm already lost in the middle of everything. Just delete and I'll give you the code, like from the city of error count.
So I delete all of this.
What you had highlighted.
This, okay.
Okay, let's have, I'll just dictate everything to you from my end. So with error count.
So I get rid of this also.
I think to make it easier, just delete everything so that I may begin fresh.
Okay.
Just delete everything.
I'll just dictate for easier for my understanding also, because everything there is, it was so messed up. So with error count as
Carol.
Yes, dear.
Before we move, I was wondering, maybe you could explain to us your train of thought before you write, so that as you go we understand. Ama, you prefer to explain after?
It will be easier for me to explain after I've already given you what I have.
Okay.
Painting a picture that you're not even seeing.
Or you can put it on the chat, she copies that and then you explain.
Okay, sure. Let me copy it.
And please, as we are doing this, we can comment our walkthrough process and what maybe caused the error in the initial one, so that we can avoid it when we are looking at it on our own.
Mhm. Mm. Okay, so with that, you can go back to the slides, and I can explain from there.
Okay.
So the code I've given, it is before we make the suspect.
Is it me or
This
is
is
she
before we
breaking?
call everything suspect list. If you run the code, the list of people you will get are the ones we'll be naming them as you go down. Oh shit.
Is it my network or is she breaking?
My network got lost for a moment there, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. So if you run the code that I've just given to you, you'll see a list of people, 4 people with their errors more than what the auditor gave, like more than the average mistakes an individual was everyone made. You can go back to the MC or whatever. Yeah, if you run the whole thing.
There's an error.
From Upper Core with error count as. Shouldn't we have the older cities that we were dealing with, Anna? Oh my God, sorry. There's so much noise. Let me close.
Okay, from my end, from incorrect records, I see you guys had used, I don't know. It's like the naming is different from what you guys were using. I think it's
we had a city.
Myself, I'm using full names, and you guys were using initials like E for employee, and I've given you like the full names. Maybe that's where the error is coming from.
I think on our end, maybe we need to reference the CTE. Were you running everything? Maybe you were highlighting even the part for the CTE. Were you using CTEs in your query, first of all?
Yes, I was. If you can check, error count is a CTE from my end.
And how about the one inside the incorrect number of records? See, we had it as a CTE too.
Yeah, it was also a CTE, and then we made it a view table.
Did we have?
We did not do any view.
We did not do it. We did not make any views. I think that's the problem. Because in our end, then that means we need to keep repeating it. Because it's a CTE, not a view. But maybe you can give us the code for that. We do it as a view. Or you explain.
So maybe I'll post the code for the view on the.
At what question did you start using the view?
Let me tell you, just a second.
I think
slide 20, that's where we have create a view.
Slide 20, which slide are we on right now?
We
are on slide 19, so we are not using a view yet, so that's why we have to put the CTE.
Yeah, we haven't reached.
That's why you have to repeat like the whole thing.
So inside, after the with error count, inside then we need to put our old CTE for the incorrect records.
Okay.
That way it will know what we are referencing to.
That's why I see working with very huge forevers.
That's why we had a huge difference. So I think what Nehemiah was saying was than what we should have run with because we are still in CTEs.
So maybe you should also have the CTE for incorrect records at the top.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah. We already have it.
Now I'm
So
saying
we copy it to the
make
new
it
query she
appeal,
has given
you
here.
have to put it on top of what I've given.
So which one
Is
am I
it on top
copying?
or inside?
This one or this one?
I think it's that one.
Incorrect records.
The first one.
Yes, this one. But it should be inside, not on top.
I think to make it simple, let's first of all try to understand that part of the query, that part of the slide. Then to do the codes, I think it will be much easier. I can try to explain the other end. So you can just go to the slide. Now, so basically, everything here we have the CTE for error count. So basically, because at this part of the average part, we want to use now that dynamic, the entire query. We don't want to place that 8 point. Was it 6? I think it's 6.00. So in place of that 6.00 of which we are doing to compare, we are comparing the mistake with the average. So instead of writing that value, scalar value, we want to try to write every code, every code that gave us that output. So instead of that 6.00, we write now the query for that. So instead now for writing the subquery, you can write now the CTE somewhere, then I use it as a variable. You just place it as a variable here. But I think the easiest way, we could just paste that error, we use it as a subquery to make it simple. So instead of this average error count per employee, we just replace it with the query that gave us the result for 6, the average.
No problem. So that means we create a CTE first for suspect list and then we now write this at the bottom.
Yeah.
We can create what I'm trying to say. We can create a CTE that gave us the average, so that instead of this part for average error count, it will be the average for the code that gave us the average.
The whole code, including the part with the CTEs.
Yeah, so
we put it inside there.
Every code that gave us the average, we make it we make it a CTE.
We paste it there.
So that we just use the name here instead of the entire query. So we just give the code, we just place the code that gave us the average instead of that scalar value. We use the entire code. So when we use now the CTE, it will be like the container for the entire query.
So we'll say with suspect list as, then we wrap everything. Then we come here and now place hapo kwa part ya nini, we place the average, that query.
Yes.
The query
we are creating a CTE for the average first of all.
Yeah, we are creating first of all the CTE for the average. But I think the best way we could just paste in the code there. It will be much easier than because the codes, I think they'll just be almost the same. So I think we can just copy the entire code that gave us the average. We use it as a subquery there. That part for the average error count per employee.
Okay, so we paste this to PowerPoint. This query for select employee name and number of mistakes, everything as it is.
Yes.
Then in the part for average error, we paste now the old query that we used to get the average.
Yes, and then when you are highlighting, we will be highlighting, we'll also highlight the CTE for error count so that it can also capture the error count. We are not using the views, so you have to highlight everything.
So that means we'll have the old query, this new query, and then that old query inside.
Yes. Now that's why. Yes.
I think you're going a wrong way. We need to create the table, and then we are able to select the number of mistakes from the table. So we need that. We need the table. We need to create the temporary table first, and then now we come and
So
do the
basically,
number of mistakes.
the entire result will give
So
us
the
the table.
suspect list or which one, or the average temporary table, Jose?
The create view. We need to create view. I think it's there in
But view
the
is in the next slide.
we need the table first, and then because we are getting the results from the table, we need the table first.
Also, we start that part for one that says let's clean up the code, ama we first ngangana and do
we do the table
before we
first.
create views.
We create the view, the temporary table. We'll go down the slide.
Continue reading so that we can understand the question even better.
Okay.
So, let's start by cleaning up our code a bit. First, incorrect records is a result we'll be using for the rest of the analysis, but it makes the query a bit less readable. So, let's convert it to a view. We can then use this as if it was a table. It will make our code much simpler to read, but it comes at a cost. We can add comments to CTEs in our code. So if we return to the query a year later, we can read those comments and quickly understand that what incorrect records represent. If we save it as a view, it is not so obvious. So we should add comments in places where we use incorrect records. So we just make the view, guys.
I think let's make it the view. Let's make a view so that we can do it quickly, other than repeating the entire codes. I think the views, because the views are saved. Just maybe to explain, the views, they are just like the CTE, but now the views are saved. The CTE is not saved. Like when you use now the views, it is saved. You can just use the without highlighting everything.
Okay.
Go to the next slide. It's there.
So we run that to create the view, and then we use Carol's code now to get the what is above average. Okay.
Yes.
I hope the naming is the same. I hope there is nothing we have named differently.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yes. So now let's go and find the number of mistakes. Yeah.
So I run this.
So we see the 4 people who did above average. I hope everyone understands how to create views.
Personally, I think someone should explain this now that we have the view.
Carol, I'll just say I think you guys understand that better.
Okay, so the table, the CTE, it's a temporary table. It enables you to calculate the number of mistakes. So it is just temporary. It's just a table that's temporary. It won't be stored. It is just in the cache. But now it will enable you to calculate it enables you to do those to find those queries that you want, or to make answers to the questions that you have. Yeah, so that is the CTE basically.
And maybe to add or not here.
So, please, what is the difference in creating CTEs and in creating creating another
views?
Okay, I know another table. in creating views, exactly. And once we also answer that, what's the reason we cannot use the average we had already calculated, the alliance of the average we had already calculated directly inside the code, that we had to, use the raw code that we use in getting the average. So that all these things, we also comment it on this particular one, so that if one gets back, maybe you forgot it, you see the reason why you had to bring in the average. We also see the reason why, we had to use city instead of views, just so that it also be in the comment and we can fully grasp, not that the next time we will not second guess ourselves. Thank you.
Maybe I can just try to explain the difference first of all before I tackle the other one. Now, basically the difference with the CTO and the views, like you can see while we were using the views, the CTE, we had to highlight everything, including that part of the CTO, because it's a temporary, it's not defined. So it's a container. The CTE is like a container for your codes, but now it's temporary. So you have to highlight everything. But now when you use a view, it saves. It saves. So instead of highlighting everything, you can just specify the name without highlighting everything. So the views, it saves, but when you use the CTE, it's temporary. So you have to highlight everything that I want to use. But now when you use a view, it saves. It saves it so that you can just use the name without highlighting everything. I don't know if I'm complicating or I'm making it simpler.
So you are saying that
the
the view
difference is
saves.
clear.
Yes? Pardon?
Please go on. Please go on.
Did you capture what I said earlier? I said, let me try to repeat. Now, the difference between the CTE and the views. Now, when you are using the CTE, it's a CTE is like a container, a variable for your entire code. So instead of rewriting every code, you're just using that name, that CTE name that you defined, like that variable name. So because it's temporary, so you have to highlight everything before you use it. But now when you use a view, it saves it so that instead of highlighting everything, you can just use the name because it's already saved. You just use the name and then you can't highlight everything. I think this is the main difference. The views is saved, but now the CTE is not saved.
So are you saying that the view acts as a variable, while city acts as something really temporary?
They are both variables, but now
Variable.
the CTE is temporary, but now the views is permanent.
More, okay. So that okay. Please, one more thing. You said for the CTE, for this code we just ran now, we had to impute the code that calculated the average instead of using the average CTE we created earlier. Can we just comment the reason why we did that on the code, so that when we are looking back at it, to do it personally, I will just stop. We can always understand the reason why that was used, instead of this. That will help a lot.
So is this okay? Okay, I think we should continue.
Nehemiah,
We haven't commented on
Yes,
CTE.
kindly.
There's no place that talks about CTE in the code.
Nehemiah.
Yes,
So
please.
you're saying, excuse a bit. So you're saying the CT is temporary, and the view is a stored query, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's
I
why
think we
with
should.
CTEs we have to keep repeating the same code for every statement we do, which we found has become a bit tedious and confuses us. But when it comes to a view, once you create the view, you just use the name of the view in your code, and you should be okay.
Exactly. That's it.
Please, can we just include the
Okay, so
comments?
now for this view, we've created a view called incorrect record. So far we have that view. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
yes. You can
Okay.
refresh at the schema, the arrows at the schema, and then you can see it at the views. Refresh, and then go down at the views. Yes.
Okay.
It's where it is.
You see? Okay.
You can click on the records and just see what's inside the incorrect records, the columns that we have.
Mm.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's like having a mini table, a table like that has columns from other tables. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Also, it has picked now, or like creating from all our joins, we have
Yeah.
created a new table from that.
Exactly.
I have a question. What if instead of using a view, could we have done a new table and just used that? The way you say create table, you say the name, and then inside you specify the names. It won't pick because these are from different tables.
It might not be because it's from different tables, and also it's using formulas. We've aggregated, we've used count, we've used distinct.
Okay. Because we have created new columns based on
With
those
formulas.
other joins. Okay.
And
Thank you.
it's not simply highlighting the columns, it's also giving formulas and alias that we've used.
Yes.
Like you
you.
can see, we already have an order, we already have a group, we already have a count. We've also used distinct somewhere in the CTE. Yeah.
Also, the view helps you maintain all of those things you've done so that you can use them in other queries. Okay.
Yes.
Sawa. Sante. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's clear now, so we can continue. Where were we? We've already created the view, so I think we should continue from here. We've already seen.
So I think we jumped that step of not using the CTU. We just used the view and we've done that part.
Okay, and we've already seen how the table looks like, the incorrect records. So I think we are here.
Next, we convert the query error count we made earlier into a CTE. Test it to make sure it gives the same result again, using select all from incorrect records. On large queries like this, it is better to build the query and test each step because fixing errors becomes harder as the query grows. That means we still need to use this, we still need to create that, to use the older CTE inside and try. Yeah.
So, should we take this and try and run it?
Yes. Copy that.
We'll just open. Okay. Should I leave this here or I remove it? Okay,
You can leave it or remove it, but it's best I think for the other guy who was saying you need to comment on everything so that he can make easier reference for later. It's good if it's him, he can keep it so that he can see what he's making reference to. Just keep the comments.
Please keep the comment, so it's important, please.
Okay.
For this code, the comment is explaining step by step why you are using that specific name or
So
something.
someone to explain. So if someone can take us through this query.
Okay, in this query, we are making
We'll go
reference
back to the slides and see what we are trying to do.
Yeah, sure. It's calculating the number of mistakes each employee made.
It's saying we convert the query error count we made earlier into a CTE. Test it to make sure we get the same result again. We had done from there where you have the comments. This CTE calculates the number of mistakes each employee made. We had made a CTE for that, where we calculated the number of times the employee name showed up.
Yeah.
I think that's what we need to paste there.
Maybe you can go up the slides a little bit.
Up.
Yes, up. Wait.
I think the previous slide.
Up again.
Now up again.
This one.
That one.
Yeah.
So the CTE that we created here is what will come.
It's what we are doing again, but now this time we are not using the CTE that we had used, the long one. We are using just the reference name that is in correct records.
Also, we use the view.
Yes.
The view name.
So with error count as now we write here the
no, it's fine like that. Error count, we are explaining why we are naming this CTE error count.
Okay.
That is why the comment is explaining the word error count, yes?
Then maybe it should be after the name error count, Ama.
No, okay, yeah. Whichever way.
It might confuse someone.
So as with the bracket ilete chini, error count ibaki na hiyo comment.
So bracket inafaa like that.
No, kwa as pia ndo anasema aone vizuri error count ndo imekuwa commented na that. Now remove the as there. Like that.
Let me see. Yes, like that. That way, someone is able to know this is the error count we are talking about. Because I figured we are trying to use the query we used before to calculate the error count, which is different. So when it's there, it's a bit clear.
Okay.
Then as we are selecting the employee name and counting the employee name as number of mistakes from the incorrect records from the views. So this is another comment.
Just highlight all of it and control /.
Also the slash should be on the comment side. You can just also find.
Sorry?
It's okay.
So from incorrect records, so it's saying incorrect record is a view that joins the audit report to the database for records where the auditor and employee scores are different. So then now we go to group by. We are grouping by the employee name. And then now we add the query.
just to see everything now. Once you've created the CTE, okay, I think we can run all of it.
Yeah. So let's just confirm.
It's perfect.
Are we here? You are here?
Yeah.
Where's the
Now
query
you
that
move down slide 23, I think, if I'm not wrong. Down.
22 is where we are at.
No, yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
So we've already done this. So now
Now we go back to doing average, but I think we should do a comment that before that CTE, like on top.
which one?
Just, you see, before with error count. We need to add like a comment there.
This is, we were testing.
Convert the query error count we made earlier into a CTE. That.
Like that. Okay. So now, where are we? Number 2. Now calculate the average of the number of mistakes in error counts.
So we are repeating this, but now what we had done with CTEs now with views. Although now we have made a new CTE, like making it simpler.
Yeah, so that one is given in page 25. So go to the slide, copy it, and then you run it.
25.
There it is, the first part.
This one. This is what gives us the average.
Let me see.
I feel like we've jumped steps.
Yeah.
Like we should try figure out where we are. Also, I wonder, did we create anything with the word suspect list, or we just moved to views and ignored that suspect list?
iko hapo chini ya suspect list, tutaifikia tu tena.
Ile time we avoided creating that CTE there, so we didn't create a suspect list anything. Sawa. So we calculate the average then.
So how
should we copy the whole? Should we copy the whole query before where we created the error count CTE? The one just before, we paste it down here, and then now when we are saying select all, instead we say select average number of mistakes.
Yes.
Sorry,
so
yes,
copy the older query.
Which one?
You copy the query we just did. That one where we have created that CTE.
This one?
Yes. From with. You paste it down there. So at the bottom, though, at the end, there you change from, when you're saying select, you say select average number of mistakes.
Select. Like that.
Should we alias it? It's already a whole other thing. We should just leave it as it is.
Alias it for easier reference.
I think alias.
Okay, so just call it average number of mistakes. AVG number of mistakes. Then we run that and get our scalar value again. Yeah.
Okay. So the next one.
To find the employees who made more mistakes than the average person, we need the employees' names, the number of mistakes each one made, and filter the employees with an above average number of mistakes. Hint, use select average mistake count from error count as a custom filter in the where part of our query.
Anyone who can explain that?
I think the best way we could make that error count to be like a view, so that instead of highlighting everything, we shall just use it as the filtering criteria. Can we do that, or will we follow the slides what they're saying?
So we create a view.
Yeah.
Sure. We can create a view, and that will make someone not to understand something. Here we are supposed to make another subquery that is like making another CTE, like combining two CTEs in one query. That's what we are supposed to do here. If you make a view, you'd not be using two CTEs in one query. So someone might miss that.
Oh, sure. Let's do everything.
Yes.
Also, we do like we did Ukoju, where we created a CTE within a CTE.
Yes.
Yes.
Now here we are supposed to query with two CTEs at the same time.
So we create a CTE called we have a CTE called error count. Then we wrap the incorrect records.
Yeah, and also before we can make it as whatever a CTE, go back to the MySQL. You can copy the one that is on top, like the whole thing.
This one.
Yeah, from with at the top. There. Paste it. And maybe for someone to see it well, you can remove all the whatever the comments to make it like one thing, small thing that you can see everything.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Should I go back to the slide again?
Hint, use select one. No, just go back to MySQL workbench. Now here you should use select from and then put at the bottom where.
Where here? Where I am?
Yes.
Select from.
No, not select. No, where?
Select.
Remove select.
Oh.
We're just adding a where.
Yeah, aware clause. Sorry.
Okay. Where?
Yeah. Number of mistakes. Is greater than bracket.
Then we got AVG, that AVG.
Yeah, now select number of mistakes. Select average number of mistakes from, repeat like that, the whole thing.
We copy that as a subquery,
Yeah, this
the
one.
previous one.
Yes.
Which one? This one?
There, yes, where the cursor is, copy the whole thing.
Up to error count, from error count.
No, not from, yes, but you'll remove this alias of average number of mistakes. Huh?
Okay.
Na asp, yeah.
Yeah.
Then you close it. So we have said we select AVG, we also need to write the employee name hapo. So we hapo kwa juu kwa select we need more columns. Hapa chini. Hapo. We need the employee name. No.
We don't need it.
We should remove that part. Employee name. So tutatoa your average. How much should it be there? We remove that average.
It should be there because hiyo ni part ya city hiyo iko juu. Hapa chini kwa where we are just using it as a subquery.
But tunajua tunajaribu create table tena yenye iko na jina na mistakes zake.
Ni sawa, but at the moment hatujafika hapo. Hapo tutatengeneza when we are making a CTE again that we are supposed to name it suspect list.
Oh, okay. It's because I think I had read the whole part where it says, where was it? Back to the PowerPoint, where it was saying that we are trying to get, the way it's saying, to find the employees who made more mistakes than the average person, we need the employee names, the number of mistakes each one made, and then we filter it.
That will come later. Wakati unatengeneza CTE ya suspect list.
But the table they have down there has the name and the number of mistakes.
Hata saizi pia italeta hapo kwa siku na hapo kwa select pia. Just a second.
That's why nilikuwa nauliza si kwa where unaona hapo penye tunaongeza majina like let me talk in English, I'm so sorry. I'm saying where we have select, where we are doing the select right now, not the where part. The where part is okay because it will help us know what is greater, who has more than the average. So the older query for doing the average, should we remove it and just have the employee name and then number of mistakes, and then now where, then in the where clause, that's where we are calculating the average.
Yes. Hapo kwa select ya juu.
Yes, that's what I mean. Please talk in English. We have other people who don't know.
Sorry. After the CTE, the select should include employee name, number of mistakes.
Yeah, and no average. That average shouldn't be there.
Yes. And then from error count.
So employee name and then?
Number of mistakes. Not the average, just number of mistakes. Awesome. Then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Does anyone need that to be explained?
I think just explain.
So right now, after we had created the average before, and so right now we are trying to just repeat this, but now using a different way where we have made the error count as a CTE. But now in this query here, we have removed the average because average aggregates, and we wanted to see each employee and their number of mistakes. So the average will just be used as a subquery where we have used it when you can go down at the end of the query. Under the where clause, we have used the select average number of mistakes as a subquery to try and, so it will calculate the average number of mistakes from the error count table. So it will return a 6. So instead of using 6, we've used the subquery so that we are able to also learn these steps. So we've just used it there, but we have removed it from the top to remove that because it would have brought 6 in all the rows, which would have brought a problem.
Okay. So I think that's clear to everyone. So we can continue. We are here. Someone to read for us?
Okay, where are we? We should look at in the correct, Amma. Yeah. We should look at the incorrect records table again and isolate all of the records these 4 employees gathered. We should also look at the statements for these records to look for patterns. First, convert the suspect list to a CTE so we can use it to filter the records from these 4 employees. Make sure you get the names of the 4 suspects and their mistake count as a result using the select employee name from suspect list. So this is where we create now the suspect list CTE, right?
Yeah.
So we just wrap what we did into a CTE. We just call it with, then we wrap what we have done here.
Patricia, now when you create the next CTE, you don't use with. Use with from the beginning, from the error count one. When you use with again in the suspect list CTE, it will give you an error. So you use with once, and then the other one you use S, and then now you can filter with the select.
We are not just saying like we use the query we have just done, and then we write with suspect list as, then that query, then we close it.
So you starting with with in the error count. The first
No,
CTE you're starting
we will say we'll say with suspect list as, then we start the bracket with error count. So like we are wrapping that other one, the whole query we have just done, so that to make the new suspect list, because that is what the suspect list is composed of.
But you see, you need the first CTE, and you'll start with the error control.
Isn't that what she's doing?
I have pasted the query on the.
Okay.
So with suspect list as, with error count, then at the end you close it. I thought that's
use the query that has been posted.
Okay, let me.
Can't you combine all the CTEs?
That was my thought process. Like you just wrap what we have just done and then call it with suspect list.
Yes, now when you repeat the width there, it will in the wrapping. Now that one it will give an error. So
It won't work.
Yeah.
Can we try it first, please? We see the error we are getting so that at least it's clear to us why it's a problem.
So I with
Okay. So from the slides, it was well explained that when you're combining two CTEs, you just write width at the top, put your first CTE, and then use a comma to separate the first CTE and the second CTE. Then after comma, you will state your second CTE, and then you can put wherever the outcome you want at the bottom.
Yes, that was the thought process.
Yes. No, but now what you're doing is so wrong because you've stated width twice.
So we start with the previous one that we
the
had.
older CTE.
Which
the
is
error
this
count
one?
with the incorrect record CTE, then you go to error count, then suspect list.
Okay, but now this time we are not using the incorrect records because remember the incorrect records, we already turned it into a view. So we are just making reference to the incorrect records.
I get your point.
So now
also we do the older one and then we put a comma, then we say suspect list, then us, then we put again what we have selected to get the suspect list.
Exactly. I've posted the query on the messages on the chat.
Okay. Maybe you can copy it and then we will explain.
This one.
Yes,
this one.
Lorraine.
Yes. Okay. So as you can see from whatever it is she has posted, we have written with error and then I've explained what is contained on the error CTE and then I've used a comma to separate error CTE and suspect CTE. You can see?
It's clear.
Yeah, and then at the bottom now I've used the outcome. I've posted the outcome that I want. Now the outcome I want to see employee names from suspect list.
So this way we are not using with twice.
Yes.
We are using
a comma to separate the first and second city. Even you can use a comma to separate a third one also.
I wonder, at the beginning I feel like we wrapped a city with another city.
That was a subquery.
Okay, sawa.
There's a difference between a CTE and a subquery also.
But I wonder, would we still be able to create that suspect list CTE by using the older CTE as a subquery?
Which older CTE? The older
one,
CTE.
the error one.
No. Yes,
the error count.
Like at the top, that's what we did.
So the question is, like in this instance, would I still be able to use this with error count CTE that we just used in the previous question to create the new suspect list CTE?
Yes, you can, but if you made the error CTE as a view or maybe another table, you can just make reference like directly.
Because you see, that was my thinking for this one. I thought it would have brought the same result as what you have done.
So maybe you could go back to my SQL, explain to her kindly. Okay, if you see at the suspect list CTE, move down. Okay, there. You can see we've made reference from error count.
And I understand. I just wonder If we did that other, like we said, with, and then we put the other one as a subquery, if it would still work. I'm sorry, I had not done this before, so I don't have the queries, but it's okay. Maybe I can try at my own time so that it's not confusing people.
Yeah. Also, another thing, you need to go through the slides, like step by step, to get exactly what is going on. It took me like 2 hours to understand this whole thing. Like a whole day of yesterday to get what is going on here. So from the suspect list, you can see we are making reference to the CTE, that is error count, that is just on top of what we are doing. But if we had turned the error count into a view or a table, we wouldn't need to like highlight the details of what is supposed to be inside the error count. Like we wouldn't need the first CTE, the top part. We'll just use suspect list. We'll use with suspect list S and reference to error count. But now, since the error count is not a view, it's not a table, it's just something temporary, that's why we are using two CTEs at the same time. Huh?
And I understand that part. It's just that I was wondering if we just referenced that error count CTE inside, if we would be okay. Like if we'd get the same result instead of now doing the comma.
Yes, you would, but you can imagine all the work you'll have to go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That will be too much headache.
CTEs are already a headache. I have seen someone on the comment saying her head is overheating. His head is overheating.
And I hope everyone is following so that we don't leave anyone behind. These concepts are a bit tricky, so we should make sure that we are moving all together. So, have we seen the results? These are the results. So we have the 4 employee names. In our suspect list. So I think we can continue. Why do I feel like we are missing something else? Make sure you get the names of the 4 suspects and their mistake counts as a result. So we don't have the mistake count.
So we just add the number of mistakes, comma, from the columns we have selected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number. Okay. Yeah. So we can continue.
Emmanuel, do you have a question? Okay, let's
I don't have any questions for now. No, I don't have any questions for now. But my head was just going. I had so many things going to the head.
But you've understood what's happening.
Yeah, enjoying the session.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should get a column of names back. So let's just recap here. We use incorrect records to find all of the records where the auditor and the employee scores do not match. We then use error count to aggregate the data and got the number of mistakes each employee made. Finally, suspect list retrieves the data of employees who make an above average number of mistakes. Now, we can filter the incorrect record CTE to identify all of the records associated with the 4 employees we identified. Firstly, let's add the statements columns. Add the statements column to the incorrect records CTE. Then pull up all of the records where the employee name is in the suspect list. Hint, use select employee name from suspect list as a subquery in where. I got something like this. I think ours is a view though, not a CTE. Do you have an incorrect record CTE?
I think it was a...
Yes, we have, but we turned it into a view for easier access and reference.
So we use the view then.
Yes.
Okay. With a view, do we just use the name or are we repeating?
No. We just use the name, but we can specify the column that we need.
Okay, sawa.
So the query would be?
You can go back to the PowerPoint. The idea is to get the details. So from the view, we can open even the view that we created and see what is available. And then we can pull up. We just pull up, select all from the incorrect records. Then we say where. Let's just say select all.
So select all.
Then from incorrect records. And then where. And then in the where, we've been told to select. So where employee name equals
employee name
equals, then we now in bracket, we reference now what they have told us in the slides. The previous query now, the query we just did. But now those are CTEs. Does that mean we reference the whole CTE?
I've posted the query on the chat and maybe I can explain from.
Okay, let me just grab it first. It's from where?
It should start from error count with error count. Yeah, I think that one. So everything else from error count, CTE, and suspect list, everything is remaining the same. So now on the select part, that's where we add more details. Like we add statements that would be from the incorrect records, location, and employee name. And then we specify what we want. Employee name from specifically suspect list. Like we only need the names, the statements from the 4 employees that we got from suspect list. That's where the where has details.
It makes sense to have the in there because it's any of those employees because it's a list.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The suspect list has a list of only 4 employees that their outcomes were above average. Those are the only names that we need. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yes, you are.
Okay. And the reason why we are still using the error count is because the suspect list is dependent of the error count CTE.
Yeah.
And that's why we are using both CTEs. I think you can run it. We see what you're getting after you've already posted the comment, please.
Yeah, those are the results. So, is it clear up to there? So we have the statements. Is it supposed to show us like this, or it's supposed to? Because there are different statements for each location. That's why we have the
We have the names being the names repeating themselves, but if you check through, you will see it's only for the 4 employees. But each location had something different to say for each and every one of them, something different.
Okay.
Caroline, can you explain the use of that subquery? Yeah, in
which part, please?
The subquery there in where employee name select into bracket select employee name from suspect list. That subquery.
Why I use this is because from the slides they only need the statements of the 4 employees that are from the suspect list. That's why we are specifying here, which if you remove the where, maybe if you can remove the where part, you'll see it will give the records of almost all the employees. But now we want to be specific. We want the list from where specifically.
Okay, so now it's returning a single value.
No, not a single value. It's returning only the list of 4. But the location, what am I even saying? It's giving the outcome of only 4 employees, but the location, they went to different locations, right?
Yeah, now the outcome. The outcome is a single value for every employee, right? That's what you're saying. Every employee has a value.
Not a value. Let me put it like in an example. One employee might have gone to like 10 locations, right? And every location had something different to say for that specific employee. Now it's like you're having one employee, but you're getting 10 feedbacks from the 10 locations that specific person visited. Am I making sense? So I hope, are you a Kenyan? Tuseme nikuexplain na Kiswahili. Tuseme ukaamka asubuhi, ukaenda Thika, ukaenda Ronga na ukaenda Kiserian, right? You're one person but ulienda hizo places 3. At the end of the day, Thika, Kiserian na Ronga, they have something different to say about you.
Oh, okay. Now it's making sense.
Yeah, that's why Belo Azibo has like, you can see at the top, kukona statements 3 kumhusu from 3 different locations.
All right.
Umenigeta?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I think we can continue.
Yeah.
Where were we? Okay. So we are here. someone to read for us?
Use this kind of query. This query filters all of the records where corrupt employees gathered data. Select from incorrect records, then employees, then select employee name from suspect list. I feel like we've done that part.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah. The query is complex, but if we document it well, it is simpler to understand. Oh, and you don't want to see what this query looks like using only subqueries. But I think we have already catered for that as well.
Yeah.
What we just did. So if you have a look, you will notice some alarming statements about these 4 officials. Some, look at these records. So maybe we can look at those ones that say those specific locations, and then we see how the word cash is used in a lot of these statements. Filter the records that refer to cash. First, let's just do one more check to make sure. Check if there are any employees in the incorrect records table with statements mentioning cash that are not in our suspect list. This should be as simple as adding one word. I get an empty result, so no one except the 4 suspects had these allegations of bribery. So I think I have gone too far. We first finish the top part.
So we start with filtering the records that refer to cash, right?
There we use a wildcard.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Oh, we are almost done. Ooh.
Yeah. Only one slide remaining.
You've done well. So much patience.
We have all done well. Okay. So how do we go about this?
We repeat the query and then we add the wildcard part.
Yes, but you can remove from the where part at the bottom, just remove employee name. You can remove everything.
Let me first copy. So I remove these parts.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then put statements like
and then percentage cash percentage.
Like that.
Because these things should be in quotes, right?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can run it. Sorry.
So we are getting
maybe expand down here. We see. You expand the statement, that column for statement. We see maybe what the statement some of them are saying. They're too long.
They're too long.
What you do, you can try to minimize the tabs here on the top right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Then
you expand, then we can see what the statements are saying.
Long.
Still pretty long.
Yeah.
This ones don't wrap. Okay, the mention of cash exchanges. Yeah, that has cash. You can highlight another one. Yeah, cash passing discreetly. Another one, allusion of cash. Okay, then I think it refers to cash. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Did I comment? Yeah. Okay.
You had done a comment.
All right, the next one.
Let's just do one more check to make sure. So the idea for this one is to just check whether in any of the other ones that are not suspects, whether there's cash. Okay, in the other records, the wrong records, we see if there are any that are not in the suspect list, but they have the word cash. Then we created a view for incorrect records, right? So we can just reference it here and just check for cash.
So, what do we do here?
Now we will select now those employees who are in the suspect list. I've posted for you in the inbox.
But how about the beginning part of the statement? Or we are adding this to which one?
Yeah, now to the one, the previous one.
We are adding this to what we had from here
Yes.
up to there.
From
No.
where? No.
The select part only at the bottom.
At the bottom.
The last part, yes. Select, yes.
But isn't when
Remove the
results?
Like remove everything here and just copy the last part of the previous query.
Sorry?
No, make a and. What is and? Remove and. Remove the whole thing.
And.
Yote mpaka huku kwa suspect list. After close the
like that.
Yes, close it. Close it there.
That should give us the meaning.
Now we are confirming if any other employee, apart from the 4, if any of them had an issue with cash or something, a mention of cash in the statements.
Or from the incorrect records table.
Yes.
So apart from the 4 that were above average.
Okay. No, here everyone is included, including the 4.
Yeah.
Just run it. We see all of them with mention of cash. So it should be just the 4. So now we add now the part where we say now they are not in except those who are not in the suspect list.
I don't know. I'm getting an error. What? Okay.
No, you are getting results, but it's just returning 4. Now we need to say we now remove only, we just remain with those who are not in the suspect list. I think we use not, where employee name not in, then we put that subquery for suspect list. Then we
what exactly are we looking for? Let me first understand.
You see, incorrect records had a bunch of employees with mistakes, but only we filtered those that had above average mistakes, and those ones were the suspects. But now we want to go back and see of those remaining whose mistakes were below average, do they have a mention of cash in the statement, so that we know if there are any others we have left out who are corrupt.
Okay. So,
from what I'm understanding, you should use the previous record. The last query we've just done, and then add and ile yenye tulikuwa tumeka employee name in suspect list, but now you say not in suspect list.
Exactly. So we are adding not in.
So
Okay.
this whole thing, and then we add not in.
Yes. Kidogo tu.
No, the one we are doing currently.
That one alafu uongeze and.
This one.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
And not.
And sasa rudi juu copy hapo ile yenye tulikuwa tumefanya ya kwanza, employee name bracket whatever.
It's the name and employee name. The column.
You can enda kwa hiyo yenye tulifanya ya juu yenye ilitoa tu 4 of them.
The one that gave us the suspects.
Juu kidogo.
Which one?
Go up kidogo. Usiende sana. Hapa hii imeandikwa employee name. The last one that it's not
one.
everything. Ako kawea kalikuwa kachini the last.
This one.
No, sasa rudi juu. Umeipita.
There's this where, but it's
no. Let me post
there's
it.
no other where. Ziko mbili.
Acha nikuweke kwa chat nione ni gani.
English guys, please.
Oh. Yeah, too.
Just a second, I'll post it on the chat box. The kawea I want you to add, but now it was and.
Because that will help us filter out whatever is not in. So you copy what is here and just put not before the in.
I copy to employee name.
From employee name, you should have copied from employee name. Don't delete. You see after and, that's where you paste it.
Here.
Yeah.
Remove the where.
This where.
Yes.
Then put not before in. Then that last part. Will it be able to reference the suspect list without the CTE?
Lazima iwekwe.
So the CTE has to be put.
From error whatever.
Wow. So copy the previous, I think go to the previous one now.
This one. Up until. Is it the whole thing?
Finish up to the bracket.
There. No.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you paste it before. And then there's someone who's saying select statements, location ID.
Like that.
Statements, location ID, and employee name. Yeah.
Is it okay? We have the CTE, and then now we have the query. It's okay.
I think you can run it now. We see. We should get something, an empty result.
It's empty.
Yep.
So let me
add the correct.
Oh, I had added.
You had already put it before.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So we get an empty result. So we are correct because it has returned the statement column that is empty. No statement is in there. So So we can sum up the evidence we have for Zuriel, Matembo, Malakai Mabuso, Bello Azibo, and Lalitha Kaburi. Number one, they all made more mistakes than their peers on average. Two, they all have incriminating statements made against them and only them. Keep in mind that this is not decisive proof, but it is concerning enough that we should flag it. President Naledi has worked hard to stamp out corruption, so we should she would urge us to report this. I am a bit shocked, to be honest. After all our team set out to do, it is hard for me to uncover this. I'll let President Naledi know what we found out.
Yeah, and we are done.
That was awesome.
Whoop whoop! I think you should play us music like they do after Mandela.
Wow, today was wonderful. Wow.
I'm glad we started in the morning.
Yeah,
I think I'd have slept already.
I think daytimes is perfect. Daytime is
The
perfect.
time is just
Lauren, I think you need
the
to
time
play
is
some music.
perfect, just that they are crazy. Play us the music.
Or Caroline, play us music.
And please share the project with us as well.